And that does. So we're ready to move stuff. Perfect, thank you. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight. I will call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. Please join me for a flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional first people of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Essendice?
Present.
Mr. Mosher?
Here.
Ms. Duncan? Here. Mr. Yesta?
Here.
Mr. Christensen?
Here.
Mr. Pike?
Here.
And Ms. Carlson? Here.
Any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? There are no ceremonial matters that will bring us to special reports. Is anyone here for government to government this evening? I will have school boards in just a second. Perfect, thank you. Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? And school district. Welcome.
Mayor Essendice, members of the Assembly. My name is Frank Hauser, Superintendent of the Sitka School District. It's great to have an opportunity to speak to all of you today and to update you on the happenings around the district. We've had a great year so far. The first semester is finishing up this week. One of the major things we've done this year, first semester, is to implement a district-wide software application so parents and guardians can monitor their students' academic progress. This is called Canvas, and it's free to us from the state. It also provides us with the ability to offer remote learning, so in the unlikely event that we have to close school because, let's say, snow days, for example, we'd be able to switch to remote learning so students wouldn't get behind and we wouldn't have to take or adjust any of our calendar. Implementing one district-wide application like Canvas was a parent request from our community-wide strategic planning, and it's a tool to support the vital partnership between families and schools in students' learning. We have an extremely small district office with just a handful of staff, and we've done this major technology upgrade and completely redone our website without even having an IT director. And I really just want to take this opportunity to recognize and thank Cindy Duncan for her tireless work this year helping with technology. At the December school board meeting, I shared with the board and community data from the new AK STAR statewide testing and the Alaska Science Assessment. AK STAR replaced the PEACH test as a statewide summative assessment, and last year was the first year our students took the Alaska STAR. So the results we have now are from last year, near the end of the pandemic, and they are students' first time taking the assessment. The Sitka School District's district-wide results for AK STAR and the Alaska Science Assessment were above state averages by double digits. In English Language Arts, we showed approximately 41% advanced and proficient, with another 29% approaching proficient. In math, we showed approximately 38 advanced and proficient, with another 25% approaching proficient. In our grade level comparisons, our district was above the state at all grade levels. The data will help us identify strengths and needs and inform how we're supporting student instruction. One of the things we'll be able to do next year when we have some comparison data is to see the results of intervention strategies we've implemented this year, like the addition of tutoring we're offering. Remember that when you hear a percentage of students as quote-unquote not proficient, that includes two categories: students who need support and students who are already approaching proficient. So there's an important level of detail there. In terms of national testing, it's a misperception that Sitka participates in a national head-to-head test with other districts. Sitka does not receive district-level results from the national NAEP test. Only very large districts like LA, Atlanta, and Denver do. NAEP doesn't give us any data on our district specifically or any comparison of our district with others nationwide. It's also a common misperception that NAEP tests all of Alaska students. Instead, it tests a small sample of Alaska students, approximately 1,600 students total in grades 4, 8, and 12. Our community's mission for our district, developed during community-wide strategic planning, is, quote, intentionally develop Halatsini, our strength of mind, body, and spirit, to inspire and prepare students to be compassionate, empowered, and equipped critical thinkers within a global community. Some of these goals for our district may be measured in standardized assessments. Other goals cannot be measured in this fashion. This year, we established a Halatsini Student of the Month program to recognize students who have demonstrated strength of mind, body, and spirit, and contributed positively to their school communities. Honorees are publicly recognized at the monthly school board meetings. Strength of body and spirit is also exemplified by SSB's participants in extracurricular activities. In October, Sitka voters approved Proposition 1 to place tax revenues for marijuana and marijuana products in a dedicated municipal fund for the district for extracurricular student activities and associated travel costs. In the original memo by sponsoring assembly members, the intent of the proposition was described as, quote, expanding the mission to provide activities funding for all Sitka School District youth with affordable and accessible activities. It wasn't simply to help us keep the lights on, as it were, or to pay the coaches and referees we need to offer activities, but to address significant inequities and to help close the opportunity gap. To give some idea of this gap, at the beginning of the year, 32% of high school students in SSD qualified for free and reduced price meals. But during the 2021-22 school year, 19% of students participating in extracurricular activities qualified for free or reduced price meals. The Proposition 1 Student Activities Fund also aligns with the district's strategic plan to expand opportunities to remove participation barriers for students. Before the election, the district identified for the community several potential uses of the fund, including establishing a student activity scholarship fund to assist families with activity participation fees. Eligibility for the scholarship would be established through the already existing free and reduced price meal application process. In October and November, I held 2 public listening sessions and conducted a widely publicized survey to solicit feedback on the proposed uses of the new Supplemental Student Activities Fund. The top priorities for survey respondents was additional student activity travel support for all students, nearly tied with capping the activity participation fee to a yearly rather than a per activity fee. Supporting a student activity scholarship fund was a close third. Survey respondents also had other ideas to share, such as after-school activity busing for students without transportation. The district has established a Student Activities Fund Advisory Committee of students, parents, community members, and partners, and staff to prepare for the use of the supplementary funding and to provide regular ongoing input on the fund. The committee will review feedback data and start putting together recommendations for the use of the Supplemental Student Activities Fund funding. One of the co-sponsors of the proposition, Kevin Knox, has agreed to serve on the district's committee. Continuing with sports, you may have read that our Sitka Wolves boys and girls cross-country runners took first place in regions. We're proud of their accomplishment. Our drama, debate, and forensic team has been the top team in the state for 6 years running and is well on their way to a 7-year state streak. State wrestling took place in December, and 4 out of our 5 SSB wrestlers are qualified, placed in the state meet. In other activity news, basketball and cheer started before break, and SSD has a number of student musicians heading to Washington to participate in All Northwest Music Festival. Finally, I'm coordinating a tour of the district on Wednesday, January 18th for Assembly and school board members. I'd love to have you join us if you're able to. I'd love to show you around the schools. We'll start the tour at 8:30 in the district office, and we'll tour for a few hours in the morning. If there are more than 3 assembly members that would like to join us for that tour, I'd be happy to schedule a second tour to make sure that I give everybody the opportunity. And I just wanted also to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. The board and I are looking forward to next week's joint assembly and school board meeting on school funding. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate the update. That would bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
I know that tonight isn't.
Turn
your-
the mic on.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
I know that.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Kim Elliott. I live over on 7 Matsuda Street. And I'm just wanting to remind the public and everyone here that there are some real big issues that aren't going to be solved overnight with seawalk issues. I live on a road. I even talked to one of my influential neighbors, and he finally understood why I had such a problem. But I had tourists running into my car when I was trying to get off Matsuda Street just to go to the grocery store. And I can tell you, I don't use my car very often, so it's got 13-year-old car, 13,000 miles. What can I say? But I want to remind everyone that I think there's other ways to spend that money. And I would like to see it happen where they improve the, I have a tendency to say outhouses because I grew up on an island, but I'm just saying the public bathrooms that are already there could be improved instead of putting those ugly things at the end of the streets. Or else they could paint take them to the high school and let some students paint them or something. I don't know, but I just know that it's not a pleasant environment for those of us that are local. And they're taking away a huge amount of parking places. That Seawalk will take away over 20 parking places, including the number up to the Matsuda Street to the church. So I just want you to recognize that, and I want the public, and I'm not gonna give up. I talked to the engineer that designed it. He says, it's set in stone. I says, it's only had one public meeting. And on that meeting, I went home because it was storming, and I ended up, and now I have a torn rotator cuff. I'm hoping I don't have to have surgery for that. And no, I'm not going to sue the city because it landed on city property. I don't believe in that. It was my own damn fault. You know, excuse the language, please. But I'm just saying, I want you to think about the people. There's not that many of us that live downtown, but there is a number of us that do. And those of us that do have paid our dues for having a huge amount of traffic, and now there's going to be more, and they're not going to move where they're landing at. So, just my 2 cents worth. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Richard Lee. And this is the first meeting of the new year. And I hope everyone had a wonderful new year and had a authentic Alaskan New Year. What does that mean? Well, at least it means to me having traditional foods and taking from the bounty of the sea and the forest, which includes king crab, which includes smoked salmon, salmon dip, finding some herring eggs in your freezer, and having a deer venison pot pie. And I'm going to be bringing up authentic a lot because authenticity is very important because that is actually one of the cornerstones why people come to Sitka. But more on that later. Bottom line is, as we ended the year, since everything is about economics, you may try to deny it, a $32 trillion national debt is not to be denied. But the important thing is that the Dow was down 10%, the S&P was down 20%, and the NASDAQ was down 34%. And the important thing is not these numbers here, but how it affected you and your 401ks and so forth, because that money's gone. As you know, the losers in the stock market were basically led by tech, high tech, and those are things that your 401ks love. The irony of all of this is that the big winners were the energy sector, gas and oil. And believe it or not, the big winner was Occidental Petroleum. And I hope you bought some because it increased 117% over in 2022. The big loser, or one of the main losers in 2022, was Carnival Cruise Lines, which was down 57%. And I've, done my due diligence to figure out why the cruise line industry was having difficulty. But that is for you guys to figure out, and hopefully it will not, maybe this year, because they are selling the seats, may not be as affected. But I can tell you, disposable income in families is much down, and spending is way down. And so we'll see what will happen, and I can only hope for the best. The bottom line is that what is the price of eggs, and can we get them here in Sitka? Because that's the measure that we will have to look to.
Anyone else this evening for persons to be heard, any item off of tonight's agenda?
Is this thing on?
It is, yeah, if you could say.
Yeah, Sigurd Rudder here. I'm a taxi operator and a tour operator. This whole tourism thing is being rammed down our throats as though there's some kind of emergency going on. And I want you to know that I spent the whole summer out here putting my sign out every morning at 6 a.m. There was never more than 4 or 5 of us out there in a space with 9.5 squares in the designated sales area. And there's been a lot of squabbles out here, lawsuits, all sorts of stuff. The issue out here that's always in the forefront is the exclusive use of the property. Some vendors don't want to have other vendors out there. I went all the way to the Supreme Court asking, why am I limited to 1 car there? Other vendors have 15 or 10 or why do they keep trying to take away my freestanding sign? I lost in court. You can go out here in the summer and you can see the issues that I brought up are still at the forefront. The 2 vendors are still operating 4 signs. The law allows 1 sign per vendor. I'm allowed 1 vehicle. My wife asked the building site administrator last summer, why does the red cab get the free use of the side of the buses with all the tourists coming off the buses, as many cars as they want? We're allowed only 1 car on the west side of the buses where there's no tourists. And he looked at her and he said, well, Mary, the red cabs are tour vehicles and your cabs are taxi cabs. This is wrong. This is all about a phony business selling wildlife tours that end up at the Fortress of the Bears and Alaska Raptor Center. You can well imagine the chagrin and the anger of the tourists who get off the bus and the tour buses and find out they could have gone out there on the city bus for $3, and some of them are paying $300, $500 for a private wildlife tour that has nothing to do with wildlife. It goes to a roadside attraction. In Oregon, it would be a snake farm, 20 miles, snake farm, 10 miles. In Florida, it would be an alligator farm. Here it's a Fortress of the Bears. This is not an economy, it's a fraud. And the other thing that it really I find most discouraging is 600 people participated in the post-tourism survey. Only 55 of them supported the road closures. What's up with that? That's less than 10% of this town is in support, and here we go again.
This evening.
You guys are
Fairness to everybody.
are gonna take
Stop
our,
for 3 minutes.
our
Thank you
street
for your
away.
comments this evening, sir.
Give us our town back.
Thank you for your comments this evening, sir.
Carol Voisin, Sitka. I want to share with you, first of all, I want to let you know I'm here as on my own. I am a commissioner on the Sustainability Commission. We had our meeting last night, so I'm speaking for myself, no one else, and definitely not the commission. In our meeting, we were determining the issues that we want to address as a commission. One of them that came up among 3 or 4 others was right-sizing tourism. And it had significant interest for at least 3 commissioners out of the 7. Now, Larry Edwards' graphs on cruise ships destined for Sitka this year and in 2024 was a wake-up call for me, and I think some of the other commissioners. And I'm sure you received those graphs because the Sustainability Commission did. Well, you know, I think that we need to get in front of this tourism issue and not behind it. The Planning Commission is doing a wonderful job in managing the crowds, the people who are here as tourists. They're doing a great job, but they really don't want to be involved in right-sizing of the cruise ship tourists. But the Sustainability Commission seems to have considerable interest in doing this. I just want to say that I think we need to get in front of the tourist issue and not stand behind it. So I'm just sharing with you some things that occurred at the commission meeting as an individual, not for the commission. Thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard, any item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, that'll bring us to consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item A, approve the December 27th Assembly meeting minutes. Second.
That's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment? Sarah, on the consent agenda?
Okay, I motion to approve the consent agenda. Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Mosher?
Yes.
And Mr. Yesda?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item A.
There are no board, commission, and committee appointments this evening, so that'll bring us to unfinished business. Item B, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-31 on second and final reading, amending Title 6 Business License and Regulations of the Sitka General Code by updating Chapter 6.19 Regulation of Commercial Operators selling organized excursions or renting equipment for organized excursions and loading/unloading commercial vehicles regarding the electric vehicle incentive.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 22-31. Is there any public comment? There are multiples this evening, so as clarification, this is for the electric vehicle incentive. Please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. This has to do with the electric vehicle incentive. I won't go over all the issues that I had raised last time, but the important thing here is in the memo, it had stated that the issues were pollution and noise. And to me, it is just by doing the incentive for electric vehicles is really unrealistic and will not really answer the questions. At the end of the day, it's just going to be a cost of doing business. The truth of the matter is that very inexpensive technology with decibel meters and with handheld probes to deal with pollution can definitely form a basis for charging vehicles who pollute and who make too much noise. You have to remember these vehicles have incredible issues related to our road and its wear, but most important, and I think we're all talking about the buses, is that those are the real issues and we can solve it. Alaska doesn't have any standards, but just because they don't have standards doesn't mean that we have to follow suit. We do have standards. This is a small city. The buses basically come to one place and we need to monitor them. And really, if you do not do that, there's no reason for anyone to make individual vehicle choices or fleet choices based upon this minuscule incentive. And so, if you want to do something, deal with your memo, noise and pollution, and take it from there. I think the incentive is not going to go anywhere. If people want to buy electric vehicles, they will purchase them, and it has nothing to do with $250 based on the costs of current vehicles, and especially electric vehicles. So go right to the problem. Let's take care of the issue. At the end of the day, this is actually just virtue signaling. And, it's nice to, I'll say, pretend, but the issue is not being answered by this ordinance. Thank you.
And from a short sweep, I just want to
We will have to
say,
have you state your name for the record again.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Kim Elliott, Sitka, 7 Street. I take my dog for a walk almost every day past Centennial Hall and down the part of the seawalk that I think is viable. And I walk by all those buses and I almost get asphyxiated. I agree that there needs to be a change in the transportation system as far as the bus emissions or vehicle emissions. I think it's very, very important. Yeah, I have a little tiny car, but I only drive it less than 1,000 miles a year. So, I'm not really polluting it hugely, but I'm old and so I'm not expecting to buy another car. But if I did, I would buy an electric car. So I just want to say that I support less vehicle emissions. And, I'm not crazy about the tourist stuff, but I'll talk about that later. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on ordinance 22-31? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Dora?
Yeah, I was just saying, the idea behind this was not to fix all the problems, it was to take a little nibble out of them. And while I fully agree that this is not a huge thing, I think that it may grow to be at some point. It's a tiny step, but if it does push somebody over the line to change, that's a good thing. It would reduce, every little bit helps. And I have to admit that I like the idea of involved in the tourism business buying their fuel from us and not from the fuel dock, from the gas station. So, again, this is a small thing, but as we find our various ways to try and control the negative impact of tourism, I think that this will grow to be a little bigger thing.
Anything else from the assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on motion to approve ordinance 2022-31, the electric vehicle incentive on second and final reading, Mr. Yesdad?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Mosher?
Yes.
And Mr. Pike?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item B.
We'll bring us to item C.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-32 on second and final reading, amending Title VI Business Licenses and Regulations of the Sitka General Code by updating Chapter 6.19 Regulation of Commercial Operators Selling Organized Excursions or renting equipment for organized excursions, and by unloading commercial vehicles by increasing the permit fee for 30 or more passenger vehicles.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 22-32. Again, as a reminder, this is increasing the permit fee for 30 or more passenger vehicles. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, this is Richard Lean, and this concerns increasing the permit fee, and I understand the reason why this was done to help make it more equitable among the fee users. But the bottom line is it was a poorly written memo, and their analysis was pretty unbelievable. I mentioned it last time. If you have if you're charging a bus greater than 30, $2,000, and there is, through the city's own numbers, 180 days for the season, that's $11 a day. I do believe that how'd you come up with that number? Did it just come from the sky? Bottom line is you have to include lots of other issues, and that includes wear and tear on the infrastructure, what its overall impact is throughout the city. I don't believe there probably has been any fiscal analysis as to where this fee came from. And I also think that you need to, again, charge for emissions. I think that will be one of the things that will help improve how things go. And again, I don't know where you got $2,000 from. There's no fiscal basis. And my guess is driving down the highway on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, this is many, many, many years ago, it'll have a truck go by and it says, this vehicle paid $8,000 last year in road weight taxes, and that's just based on the weight. Has nothing to do with emissions. Each of the individual states controls emissions. So the bottom line is, I don't know where you got this number. I think it's $11 a day, which is really quite a bargain if you're moving more than 30 people. And if you have 34 seats in your bus, just take out the back two, and you got, less than the 30. And so bottom line is, again, I don't know where this is coming from, except that it probably should be more, and again, to the point, related charges to admission, related to weight, related to other factors which other places within the United States take into consideration when charging large vehicle taxes. So $11 a day, I guess it's going to be. So I think you can do better.
Hello, Chris Monroe, Health Appointment Services, Mr. Mayor and some members. I'll follow up a little bit with what Mr. Lee was talking about, of where this fee structure came from. For public facilities, I'm a firm believer that users should pay to cover the cost of the operation. Going through all the public documents in this whole process, I can't find anywhere where an analysis was done of what are the costs that result from the impact of the large buses, the small vehicles, tour operators, etc. I think that should be determined, and then from that, fees should be calculated. So this increased from $1,000 to $2,000 per large bus. I wasn't contacted to find out how many buses I had. Does anybody know what the revenue is going to be from this? And if the purpose is to cover costs, shouldn't we know what the revenue is going to be if we have to cover a cost? I personally think it's a matter of supply and demand. The city knows that demand is high for space in this building, and supply of drop-off space is limited. Therefore, what can we charge? And that's how the number went double, 1,000 to 2,000. The big buses are big targets, they bring the most people, and we'll charge them the most. So I think leave it at $1,000. That's already more than anybody was anticipating this year. We've had set our prices to cruise lines. The other two operators that are going to be impacted by this fee also have already set their pricing, so we're not going to be able to increase prices to recoup these fees. So keep it at 1,000, do an actual financial analysis to determine what it costs, and then if fees have to be adjusted, adjust the fees. I'm happy to pay to, for the impact that I have dropping people off here. That's what I would ask, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
By the way, I apologize for not recognizing you.
Hello, I'm Bruce with Sitka Wildlife Tours. On this topic, the price got doubled after the smaller vendors realized that the pricing wasn't done right for them. And we never intended for you to double the price of those buses. We intended you to calculate downward and fix ours. Instead, you went the other way, and you made them tortured as bad as we are. And these are the same people delivering customers to downtown merchants. It just didn't seem right that 2 years ago we were paying them to bring people here, and now we're penalizing them for bringing people here. And I feel the same way about the fees. I mean, not only do I have to pay for a sales square, which should enable me to pick up and deliver, by the way, but then I have to pay a $500 per vehicle on top of that, which is just horrendous. I mean, we can't even park for more than a few minutes without getting chewed out. So this whole thing has just gone crazy on steroids. And so when we suggest stuff, we don't mean for you to triple everything. We just wanted to calculate it the right way. That $1,000 should have been divided by how many per person and then equated to our vehicle sizes. So a 10-person like I'm doing, then that would have lowered my rate to something more reasonable. None of us are claiming that the fee shouldn't have been changed. But to go from $400 to over $7,500 for my company before we even start the bidding was an exaggeration of what you think the value of that is, and didn't give us a chance to even ramp up to that. So it would have been nice to at least get a season or two to cover that. So I'm voting that this whole process just be shelved until October, when we can all get together and actually fix this mess. It's been a dud from the get-go. It's had so many problems and so many wrong information brought to you guys, and all kinds of stuff has happened that has just made this a quagmire. You must admit, it's a mess. Why not just raise the fees down here for sales square, including drop-off and pickup, to $2,000 for this coming season, and drop the rest of the mess so we can just get our lives back on. I've already missed 2 trips, seeing grandbabies. I've done all kinds of stuff waiting for all this craziness to happen so I can be here and be part of it. But when you do tour or do meetings in the middle of the tourist season, that is the same as when Fish and Game does a meeting while the fishermen are out fishing. And you just won't have much participation for some reason. And that's what happened this summer. We can fix this in October. We will all plan to stay here for that month. We can fix it and have it in mind for the first of the year and be ready to go for the next season. I think our economy is going to be changing here shortly. And so it might be wise to do something smart with it before we torture the upcoming years. Thank you for hearing me.
No, I'm sorry, you already spoke on this issue?
No,
Thank you.
no, I try not to do that.
I'm trying to pay attention to everybody and keep it all straight at the
I
same time, so I
understand,
appreciate
and I
you.
appreciate your paying attention. I just want to say that probably not very many of you walk by the Centennial Hall every day, or the Crescent Harbor every day, or any of those things, but I do almost every day. And I see the congestion. They've already told me that we can't haul our skiff out of the haul out that used to be behind Centennial Hall because it's no longer a haul out, and it's like, oh, I didn't know that. I have to say, I feel like when I went to Mexico and the Caribbean, when I come across the walkway, if I decide to take the shortcut in front of Centennial Hall instead of behind it, because all the vendors, all the people who want to sell stuff are all right there and basically right in your face. I understand they want to garner business, but I also think that it should be limited to some degree. And I don't have any problem with the fees that you guys are talking about, just because maybe some of them will back off a tad bit. I mean, I've lived here since 1959, when there was no Crescent Harbor, when there was no bridge, there was none of that stuff. So I've seen it all grow up, and I'm not really happy in the direction it's going. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say for right now. I just want you to know that I think that, you know, the ones that can't afford it, don't do it.
Any other public comment on ordinance 22-32, increasing the permit fee for 30 or more passenger vehicles? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Kevin?
Hey, Mr. Mayor. I would just say I'm firmly against this. When you consider the difference between those big buses and the smaller vehicles, and from where I'm coming from, and we'll get to the whole tourism thing at a later discussion, is that these buses are bringing people, hence paying customers and tax dollars into town. They're bringing them all in here. We were helping bring them a couple years ago, and now we're increasing it. The $1,000 is enough. I think that doubling it is a little excessive. Thank you.
Tor?
Yeah, so I think this is still a fair amount. I mean, the amounts that we put in the memo were the amount per passenger per year, so it's pretty simple. So a seat, it's basically the cost per seat, and right now, the way it is, the cost per seat, I think, is artificially low for the big buses. And arguably, they put the most stress on the Centennial building and the infrastructure. This isn't something I'm banging on the table about, but I still think that it's a better amount than the $1,000 a year. It's obviously not going to completely cover the costs that the buses put on our infrastructure. Luckily, most of the costs, or probably the most expensive costs, are on state roads, which is nice for us. But it still hits our city roads, and it also puts a lot of pressure on this building. So I think 2,000 is a reasonable amount. It makes it much more equitable without the other fees we're charging. But it's not. I don't think it's excessive.
So I kind of want to just come on the backside of that. I think this evening we had a very fair and honest offer from one of the largest providers of buses downtown, where the offer was, show me the costs and I'll pay them, which could end up being much more than $2,000. It could end up being much less than that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that offer out there, and not necessarily an offer, but kind of more of a challenge to us as a body to actually find out the real costs associated with the busing as opposed to throwing out guesses and estimates, and then distribute that cost amongst the user groups. And I think that's a very fair way to do it. And I thank an operator for being willing to step up to the table and say, I will pay my costs, I will pay my fair share. I don't believe that the burden should be on the taxpayer. So that's the direction I want to head in this one. I was a no vote last time. I will continue to be a no vote on this. For the same reasons that I had last time, but in addition to an offer where I think we just need to do a little bit more homework and come with a more fleshed out business plan to where the operators can see the true costs of their impacts and potentially offer up an amount that mitigates those. Crystal?
Yeah, so I was not at the last meeting. I was able to watch and see the discussion that had taken place. And as I read the memo, I thought it was a fair representation of this is not equitable across the different sizes. So what I just heard from Mr. Mosier is I would leave it as is. Tori did point out that we can identify if we do cost per seat, that there is a major discrepancy in the larger vehicles and that he was trying to even this out, which again seems logical to me. So if we leave it as is that because we have a different indicator that shows it is equitable and that this wasn't something that we identified to be addressed? Because I want to treat them fairly. I also will recognize that the larger vehicles really allowed us to operate, and it was operating with a lot of negative feedback of people lines trying to get on buses, so I don't want to shut down and not have these larger vehicles operating. They were super important this last year, and what we see for this coming season is the projection of we're going to continue to be a hot spot for people to want to visit. So these are some of the thoughts that I was having and just trying to figure out if the sponsors proposed cost per seat and it looked inequitable and this was just trying to bring that into alignment. I certainly heard the feedback that said we thought you would lower it to be in line, not raise it to be in line. I think that's a fair point to bring up. So if I didn't hear that discussed at the last meeting, so I just wanted to put that out there to the body to see if people had thoughts on that. Again, because as I read it, I thought cost per seat for this season, knowing that this is almost like the tourism plan last year where we wanted to try it on for size, and then we wanted to tweak it based off of what we saw didn't work well and could be improved. I feel like we're kind of going into that with this as well. Not trying to make errors, and I think if I was to weigh in on this one, I would probably lower them to be in alignment, but that's not what has been proposed. But I do see that inequity across the memo as far as the rates that we're charging for different vehicle size. So I do think that needs to be addressed. I'm just not sure how to do it. So I wanted to put that feedback out there so that we could have this further discussion, and then I'll go ahead and weigh back in as I start to collect more thoughts on this.
Tim?
Sure. You know, equity is always a tricky thing, you know, because the equity comes in all sorts of different guises, and I think people have different opinions what that actually looks like, and I think we're kind of there on this one. So do we increase the larger ones to match the lower ones? Or do we lower, what's not on the table is to lower everybody down below where they were based upon what the bigger one was? And I think, you know, sure, I think any plan that I've seen at any point, people gather as much information as possible, and they make their best assumptions on it, or they make their best guesses, and they try to be equitable. And I think that's what this will say for me. And I was very glad to hear from one of the speakers that they're planning to be here for the review that we talked about after this season's over with this particular plan. So, you know, sure, could we have done more? But, you know, I've also seen plans die for a process that goes on and on and on. It's researching, never comes to a conclusion. So, you know, I think we're moving forward with something. I am in favor of making the seat prices equitable, and this is what we have on the table at the moment. So I will be in support of
Chris?
Yeah, that was, being equitable is something that I believe is important. but I'm not totally sure this is the way I want to go about it. I do think these big buses are really important for the way the cruise industry works in this town. I think they provide a great service for the businesses that operate on this end of the road. But I do want to see them covering costs on this end as well, at Harrigan. I did like the idea that Stephen brought up, that we could look and see after the business analysis of what they are costing us to operate out of here, and maybe look at adjustments then. But right now, I think they're just too important for the way our cruise industry operates here and provides a much needed service for our businesses here. So at the moment, I would just like to leave it as it is.
JJ? No?
And I just wanted to, now that people said some things that help, my thoughts are kind of coming in June a little better. In my mind, I understand the equity, making it fair, I get that, but I think what we're losing sight here, guys, is that that inequity is offset by the fact that these buses are bringing customers that are then therefore going to these operators. So that is way up. I mean, the benefit is way more. So I don't see this as an equity issue at all. And I also wanted to clarify that the taxes, when I just say, well, these buses bring in taxes, it's, for me, when I say taxes, I'm not just talking about growing the largesse of city government. In my mind, and this is kind of a bigger picture discussion, I'll try to keep it really succinct and to the point. We have a lot of needs in this town, and we've all become accustomed to having a lot of nice things as far as roads, sewers and power and all these nice things. But we as a body don't have. We as a town don't have the resources within ourselves to fund all these costs to repair our roads, to pay for the schools, the aging infrastructure that was formerly paid for by the state of Alaska. The amount of needs that the city has is amazing. And so in my mind, this tourist tax money is going to, in time, as we start building these things, help to pay for, we're bringing outside money from without into this town to help pay for these things. So I think Stephen brought up a good point. More math needs to be done. And I think that we should revisit this at the end of this, after the season's over. Right now, we already passed the ordinance as it was 2 meetings ago. I understand what Troy's trying to do, and I appreciate that. But like I said, I'll just say one more time, these buses are bringing customers into town that will serve many of these businesses here. And they're going to the businesses in town, and they're bringing a lot of money into this town. So why would we, slap the hand that is feeding us, so to speak? That's just the way I see it. Thank you.
John?
Just want to add a quick couple points here. First, these fees were not created in a vacuum. We made the best decision we could in our calculations, given the information that we had. We knew certain things. We know what the operators do up front because there's cameras and we can count vehicles and we know how many buses show up. And something I want to clarify is this is kind of like sales tax. We don't charge a business sales tax. Sales tax is collected and remitted from the business, and it comes from the customer. And we've heard multiple times to, stop letting the citizens subsidize the tourists. So this I see as a kind of a form of a sales tax. We're not charging the business. I would expect that these fees, and that's why we try to give as much advance notice as possible, is these would be passed on to the tourist, to the traveler, and then remitted to the city. One of the operators came up and talked about how the tour companies already know what that number was from the first draft of this, and that's because I'm sure that information was passed on to those cruise companies, and they added that fee on top of whatever the tourist is being charged coming here. But as far as the equity on smaller vehicles versus larger vehicles, that's very hard as well. It's not a linear scale, like Mr. Mosier said. Some people are doing different things. One company might just be dropping folks off. Another company might be selling an excursion that costs a certain amount. So it's not really a one-to-one scale of what they're doing here. And there's a lot more that we don't know about. People that sell excursions in other places and use Centennial Hall as the pickup and drop-off point, they might not have a square out front. So we're trying to collect as much of that wear and tear and use on the facility as possible. And the overall goal was to try to keep the pass-through cost to the passenger, to the tourist, as low as possible to not make them turn away from what their new ticket cost might be. Some of these are as low as 11 cents per passenger if we start looking at estimated counts. So definitely lower than $1. I mean, we weren't even getting close to hitting the $1 pass-through point for many of them. So again, it's not an exact science, it's not linear across number of seats, but we did our best with the information we had at the time.
JJ?
I think we can do both. I think we can keep the numbers here with the 250, 500, 750, and 200, that the price per seat, or sorry, 2,000, that price per seat comparable between that scale, and look at operational expenses at the end of the season. I think that is a great way to do something now and edit it once we get that more information.
Mayor?
Chris, and then Crystal?
Just one quick thing that was pointed out, and I've had pointed out to me numerous times through the commissions I've been in, is their prices are set for this coming season. So anything we change, probably tonight, more than likely, the vendor is going to have to eat the difference. It won't be passed on to the tourists. So I think that's something that just take into consideration.
Crystal?
I appreciated that from the last meeting's testimony too, because I wasn't aware that things were locked in at this point in time, and so really I think I'm forward thinking about this upcoming season and negotiating at that point in time. So I do want them to be equitable. I'm good with using seat cost per seat, only because John, it's been a couple of meetings and this is absolutely fuzzy at this point in time. And I don't want to put you on the spot either. What I heard is less than $1 per passenger is what you were trying to minimally pass on. So these were approximately equitable based off of the formula that was used by Tony and Lenise when they were basically drafting the original ordinance that came before us, or they were at least all under $1 per passenger, as you understand it.
Our target wasn't less than $1. I guess we were just trying to keep it as low as possible. I don't think any of them even got close to $1. Most of them were around max for the 50-cent pass-through. But again, that's based on estimates. We would say this company has this many vans, we think they have this many tours. But single vehicles that only hold a few people, we don't know exactly how many operate, and we don't know how many are actually out there operating too. So again, just trying to keep it as low as possible. The $1 was never a target.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that. And I think, I really think we have trial years, which is not ideal, but it worked for the tourism plan, which we implemented last season. We're going to make adjustments to that this season, just having learned from that. I think that we're upping all of the rates. I think that our operators are going to be affected. I would err on the side of accurately bringing them down, so I am a no tonight. And I think still open to hearing more of the discussion as it takes place, but I appreciate the conversation and the attempt to do this. I just think next season is when we're going to be looking to implement these changes so that operators can make those changes and not be swallowing the costs that increase as a result of that.
I guess for me on this one, if we had set these fees too high, the market will then dictate and we won't have any buses or in this instance, buses show up. If the 250 for an under 7 passenger vehicle is too much, we'll get 0 applications for the permit. I don't suspect that to be the case because I feel that operating for an entire year for $250 is pretty reasonable. The only thing I want to add to the conversation about a per passenger seat, and hopefully this helps with the discussion, is that to me, there's management issues with the vehicle, not just with the people on the vehicle. So if you have a vehicle come up that it could be a large vehicle that holds less than a few passengers, there's a consideration for just simply moving the vehicle in and out, irregardless of the amount of people that is on it. So I don't know that a per seat fee necessarily gets us to that equal playing field that we're looking at either, because there's very limited space where on the side of the building here where smaller buses can load and unload as well. So we have to consider each individual vehicle and the cost of managing that as well. Further comments from the Assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on motion to approve ordinance 2022-32, increasing the permit fee for 30 or more passenger vehicles, Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
No.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
No.
Mr. Mosier?
No.
And Mayor Eisenbach?
No?
Okay, the motion fails, 3-4. That's item C.
Thank you. It is the top of the hour. We will take a brief recess here. And once the assembly is seated, we'll jump back into item D. All right, welcome back, everybody. That will bring us to item D this evening.
I guess would be the truth.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-33 on second and final reading, amending the Title VI business licenses and regulations of the Sitka General Code by updating Chapter 6.19, regulation of commercial operators selling organized excursions or renting equipment for organized excursions and loading/unloading commercial vehicles regarding the term of the permit.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 22-33. For purposes of public comment this evening, this is regarding the terms of the permit changing to a 3-year. Is there any public comment on changing the term of the permit?
This is Richard Wien. In relation to changing the length of the permits, it's to create a staggered system, 3, 2, 1 years. And it was thought that this would be in the basis of fairness and allow people to bid for and obtain permits which would allow a little more certainty in how things work. I think it's a bit dizzy because the fact is that you're going to eliminate the 1 and 2 year and everything will be 3 year. And it's kind of funny that if there are no penalties, then everybody might try to get the 3 year when they're uncertain of what will be going on. The important thing here is, and this is my notion, is that when this first came out, it was for 10 spaces. And we had heard testimony previously that there used to be 20 slots where people could set up their wares for sale. The bottom line is that the city, it behooves the city to give be an equal opportunity employer in that there should be one spot more than is needed. I don't know, I didn't see in the memo, well, yes, there was, how many people purchased slots, and actually there weren't as many as you might think, but they need to have the ability for expansion of vendors. No one in the city should be boxed out if at all possible. So again, they're talking about having staggered. How many slots are there going to be that are going to be staggered? And there's a lot of little information that's missing in this ordinance, which could, in essence, change the whole thing. And so, make more slots, reduce the competition, so everybody gets a shot, and go from there. Thank you.
First, when I'm with Sitka Wildlife Tours, and I agree with most of what he just said. And, you know, we needed it just so that you could plan for your next year. This year's been an absolute nightmare. The stress levels are off the chart for all of us, not knowing what is happening and what's going on. And it's just been brutal. Having a 3-year window to at least plan on it's just common sense. And eventually they'll all be at 3 years. But opening up all 20 squares makes a lot of sense also. You know, it really wasn't, you know, the congestion is only when a ship is going back or when the people are lined up to go back. And by then, most of us are done. Most of us have sold our second tour and we're out of there. Most of us are only doing 2 tours a day. So we're down there and we're the people dragging people away from this building. We are part of the solution, not the problem. And so we need to be looking at that. You know, we are your solutions, you guys. And only a small percent of tourism dollars spent in most cities stays at the city. And we're the ones trying to do that. High-paying jobs are happening through our venues. And most of us are really care about that because we want our people to be able to live here. I'd like to hire the same people year after year. I don't have to train them again. They get better every year, and they get a living wage to come back to each year. But if we just keep jacking fees up and inviting all the competition from outside of our town, and that does nothing but drive wages down, and pretty soon we'll all be working for a hotel for $50 a month, getting rooms. That's what happens in most communities when tourism comes in like this. All the locals end up in shanty towns next to the cruise dock, where all the vendors and cruise operators are the only ones making any money. We have to really step back and look at this. Are we hurting these local venues from starting up, which really bring a lot of tax dollars in for our city? I mean, I was just discussing with the tribal tours gentleman, and he brought in a lot of tax dollars. So did I. I actually pay my taxes. And you want to promote that kind of activity here. And the way this whole thing, the fact that you're allowing electric vehicles to go for free and then put in the memo that as soon as everybody changes to electric, you're going to gouge them anyway. You really think that inspires us to do anything for you? Last year we were begged to bring on more vehicles. I'm so glad I didn't, because now you're punishing me for the vehicles I have. And so I'm just trying to bring the other side of the coin you've never heard, is that you should be promoting us, bringing on more of us. It's true. We're not parasites. We are part of your community. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on ordinance 22-33 regarding the length of the permit?
Neil McDermott with Royal Song Expeditions. I want to encourage y'all to vote to expand the length of the permit to 3 years. It's really tough for any business, any new business to come on board, not knowing whether they're gonna be able to have a space. It's tough for existing businesses to be able to want to expand. Why would I or any other business want to put another boat in the water out here, not knowing whether I could even have the opportunity to do that next year or even this year with the bid system. So I do want to encourage that. I think it completely discourages business to have it just have a 1-year permit. So thank you very much.
My name's Eric License, I'm from Tribal Tours. We're a small business. And like all other small businesses, I'm concerned 10 squares, we should have a lot more than that. I've been working the tours off and on for many years of my life. My sister, my aunt, everyone, the Tribal Tours, there's always been one in 10 blocks. Bringing it down creates a fighting bid, and the larger out-of-towners are gonna come in and outbid, buy the squares up, you're gonna push those locals out of the way. We don't wanna get out of the way, we'd like to be here after Bruce and all them. We would bring you guys in, I checked out my numbers, we're almost $75,000 to $80,000 in tax revenue, just in this last year, just through tours. Doesn't count for my dance show, doesn't count for our little native shop. That's just through the tours, what we sell, when we do the shuttle runs. We pay for the taxes on all that. We pay for the stops and goes when we go to Raft Center, Horse of the Bear. We pay for the tickets. So the tourists just pay us out where we go there, we pay for everything else. So to limit what the locals can afford to do, and it just feels like you guys are just thinking of a larger picture than the small, what us locals can, I don't know how to put it. I'm new at this kind of stuff, so I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But we're gonna lose lots of local businesses, actually larger businesses, that can come in and just bid out people right away. I don't mind the 3-year, 1-year, 2-year thing, that's what, we're all gonna have to do what we gotta do. But there should be enough for everyone to go around. And so I'd just like you guys to think about that. Because if we keep the money here, it benefits all of us. If we let the money go out of town, it doesn't do any of us any good. We all end up, town will get worse and worse because we don't have the money to pay for it, and you're gonna make us pay for it to help it out. I mean, just like the dam and everything else, we end up having to pay more and more every year for that dam. And it costs the town more and more. This is another thing that's gonna happen for us here. This is gonna push us all, small local businesses out, and we're gonna pay in the end, because the money's disappearing. So, that's all I got. Thank you.
Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Andy and I Sitka Zodiac Adventures. And just one last plug before you vote on this. But I would ask that you please, especially if you're on the fence on this, the 3 years is a very big move for us, for the stability for our businesses. You've heard it here many times. I just want to echo that. To know that we can actually have a spot for 3 years. I'm one of the ones in the back with my trailer. And to know that I can have a spot for 2 or 3 years is huge, to be able to do my business. If you thought your store was moving next year or the next year you weren't going to have a store, you wouldn't sleep very good at night, and you'd be worrying about what you're going to be able to do with that. So we're just asking for a little stability, so please keep that in mind when you vote.
Any other public comment on changing the length of permit from a year to 3 years? back to the assembly for deliberation. Tori?
Yeah, just say, this was brought forward because we were asked. That's the main reason this was brought forward, that when we passed the main ordinance, there was a lot of people didn't like the 1 year. So brought it forward to see if the rest of the assembly was up with that. I know that, I'm sure Chris will talk more about the staggered, but they, I think the staggered is good because now we have permits coming up every year. Once 3 years are by, every year there'll be some coming up. Very intentionally did not put the number of permits in the ordinance because I know that city staff is looking at trying to figure out how to do more squares. And I think that there is an upper limit. There's no way we can always just have one more than we have, than they need, because without starting to put a bunch of fill into the sound to make more space. So, but this is, I think it's reasonable. I know that it makes it easier to, or at least more, to plan, and hopefully make it a little easier to get loans and things, because you know you'll be able to get it for at least a few years. And if someone, this is intentionally trying to set it up in such a way that if a person decides they're not going to do it for 3 years, they just don't pay it, and then they'll forfeit their permit, and it'll go back up for auction. So it's not locking anybody in, but it is giving them stability for a few years. So I think it's reasonable.
Chris?
Yeah, pretty much I can just echo Tor there is, we were trying to give stability for the businesses. The staggered was kind of my idea, and it was mainly so there was always a chance of new businesses being able to get a square every year. Whether that's the best route to take, I don't know. That's up for debate, but that was just kind of my initial idea with it, was to always have availability every year and an opportunity for new business to potentially get in. So, okay.
Crystal?
So I was not at the last meeting, so I may speak to this like this was a first reading. I have a lot of questions. I went through and reviewed, and I think I was able to come up to speed with a common understanding about a lot of the questions already. What I really like about this ordinance is the 3-year permits that will help businesses who are trying to secure funding. I'm fully supportive of that. I know we also discussed at the table barriers to entry, so if we did it on a 3-year, all of a sudden you have to wait 2 more years to pass before you can bid again, and that was keeping people out of there. By staggering it, we basically addressed that, so I'm also super supportive and on board for that idea. But I noticed that we're having with each of these items conversations about, just like with the tourism plan where we wanted to test it and then finesse it the next year after the growing period and the loading period. I would hate to lock people into a 3-year commitment and then make a big adjustment. So for example, if the market says that's too high of a number, we lower the bid, and then they say, well, I had to minimally bid at this point in time to get my 3 years and now I'm locked in. That would feel unfair to me as a business person. I also, as I read the ordinance, I was confused about, I guess I had concerns for Tony and for John as far as not adding a buffer. So I think we put a lot of discretion in their hands. And because we did that, I can see a lot of the, I don't have a prime location, or just so many things can be flung their way, and I don't want that to happen. And so even as we get into it, I feel like there's got to be a better way that we can buffer them, and I'm not seeing that. I see the locations are at their discretion, the awarding of the contract. So the 3-2-1, it wasn't explicitly outlined that the highest bid amount gets the 3-year and you're locked into that one. And then the next one that was kind of left open to interpretation, and so I just worry that they will be, when those determinations are made and the assembly is not involved, that kind of removes us from the situation where we should be owning that burden. And so I guess maybe I'm just misunderstanding that, and maybe we can address that it's not as open to discussion so that they do have a form of protection there. I think that's what I'm worried about. I have a lot of notes here, so I apologize. The other thing was that I know that we didn't want to put in slots, and I just heard it's because we're trying to add more, so maybe we do move it up to 14. In the plan, I happen to remember the figure 10, and I hope that's not me misremembering. But I think that allows us to say, well, there are 4 for 3 years, there's going to be 3 for 2 years. That allows them to bite into something that makes sense. Right now, it's not laid out, and so I have confusion over that, and I think that business owners would have confusion when it comes to that as well. So again, maybe I misread that, and you can go ahead and correct and put that on the record that actually here's how it will fairly work for people who are going through the bidding process. The timeline as well, so sealed bids, and I'm just going to say that because that was approved as part of the plan. If the sealed bids are calendared out to happen in the fall, so we want people to be able to prepare for the upcoming season, and we know that they're doing this in the fall time. So let's use the number 10-15. John can correct me if that's not what we were hoping to do, was get sealed bids submitted so that they can be approved and people can start operating towards this season. If on 3/1 somebody decides that they don't want to renew their permit and they basically let us know on 3/1, which is how it's laid out in the ordinance, is that enough time for us to fill that slot, knowing that the bid process already happened in October for this coming year? So it's not like we could just attach it on top of that and say we're going to do 1 additional seat. Then we have people arguing, well, I should have been preparing previous to that. I just became aware after March 1, and now I'm asking to bid, but the season's starting in April and May. Are we cutting into their timeline to be successful? So that March 1 was, I understand why it was in there, and I do appreciate that people who don't want to renew it, they're not going to operate this upcoming season, but they have a year moving forward and they don't want to renew it. They just let us know. That becomes open and free so that somebody could fill that, and we ideally are going to move to a situation where we have a lot of vendors who are utilizing that space, and so supply will meet demand or maybe exceed it. That to me feels like a weird timeline just based on that, because October 15th will be the bidding, and then it is going to take us a month to put it out to bid to kind of go through it, and we're already into this season. So I did have a small concern about that, and I didn't think that had been addressed. And I think that's it for now. So you can see I kind of put some question marks that kind of stood out to me as I read through the ordinance, and I'm still kind of finalizing my thoughts on this, and so I'm appreciating the discussion from everyone from the chief.
To answer from why we wrote the way we did. So, please. Yeah, so first of all, a lot of the flexibility in there was, at least as when Brian was working on it, was frankly at request of staff. And I'm speaking out of turn, Brian, let me know if I'm wrong. At least that was my understanding. So specifically the number of squares, we just didn't. And this allows some flexibility if they say, okay, we've got 14 or 16 or even 20, and we just, I think it's pretty obvious, we would just split them roughly by thirds to put them for the staggering. I think the city staff will work very hard to, again, we have never laid out exactly how we're going to fit it out, and that's because this way they can, if they come up with a plan and there's a lot of pushback on it, they can change it on the fly. Unlike if we put it in the ordinance, it will be that way, no matter if everybody gets it or not. And so I think it allows the city staff to come up with this best assist as they can and watch it, and hopefully before the first time they go to an auction or to they would be able to figure it out. I figure that they'll probably be bidding on individual squares, but I think it's going to be consulting with the staff and the people who were bidding.
And I say it's probably, we'll see if it's sealed bid. It's the next item on the agenda. Again, these are all things that we're asked for, and that's why they're bringing forward. It wasn't written in a vacuum. But Brian worked on it pretty hard and amazingly quick, and I appreciate that. And I know that he spoke to John and some of the others about, okay, how much, because initially we had talked about putting in specific, more specifics, and again, as I understand it, we were asked, could we not do that? So, I don't know if those answer all your questions to your satisfaction, but that's what our thought process was.
John?
I brought this up last time. My concern with this is just the management aspect of the staggering. But I've heard from others and testimony up here that the 3-year term gives a lot more stability, and I think that's an easy change. And as one speaker pointed out, these kind of become self-staggering because there is no penalty to forfeit if you bid for a full 3 years and decide you don't want to go for year 2 or year 3. But I think this is partially a question for Brian because the timeline's really tight here. We're starting to get into tour season, and if this fails tonight, this is the process we're going to move forward with, and it's a 1-year term. But we've heard so much that people want the 3-year term, but attached to this 3-year term is the staggering piece. And I would imagine that if we remove lines 78 through 87, if that ends up where this discussion goes, that's probably a substantial change, I'm assuming, which would mean it's amended and then 2 more readings just to get the 3-year term, which now puts us into essentially the end of February before we even have an approved process to start a bid. So we're getting really, really close to tour season. I hear loud and clear on the 3-year term. I think that does offer a lot of stability, but I do have some concerns about managing the staggering in those first few years. You know, how many spaces are 1 year, how many are 2, how many are 3, who goes first, how do we decide which ones we're bidding on? Can people trade spaces if one vacates partially through the year? That's where it'll get challenging for us, whereas if we just did a 3-year bid for everybody, and if they vacate, and we rebid it. But, just my thoughts. Thank you.
The only thing that I would add to this, Crystal, goes to one of your questions about if the market drops out after someone has bid for a 3-year space. I think there's also the opposite effect. If someone bids, the price could go through the roof and they're locked in at a 3-year price. So that is a consideration that individual business would have to make. You could potentially get 3 years at a rock bottom price compared to what it is from 3 years from now. I voted no, or I had intended to vote no last time on this. And I'll be voting no on this this time. And that's not because anything that was said up here tonight is wrong. Everything that was said by assembly members is absolutely correct. Stability to business, the length of term so that you can conduct operations. It's all right. But the reason I'm going to be voting no is because I want this to act as a business incubator. I want this to act as a place where new business can come in and get a foothold and get started, and then potentially move on to bigger and better things. And if we don't have regular turnover, if we only have 3 permits a year turning over, that's a very small opportunity for a new sightseeing trip to start, or a new opportunity down here. And I also understand the flip side of that if you're saying you want the new business to come in, well, you're saying you don't appreciate the one that's already put the time in. And that's not necessarily the case either. My no vote is simply in favor of new business being able to get started here. The term, the 1-year term, it has been working. It's what has happened in the past. I've heard 14, I've heard up to 20 years people have been operating out of this building with a 1-year term, and it's worked. So it's not as if we're giving a death sentence to any of the businesses, because it has worked in the past. But I'll agree, 3 years is much more stable. It allows for investment, it allows for growth. So nothing that was said by the assembly tonight is wrong on that. John, I think I understand your concerns. I think you and your staff are extremely capable. And while I had a concern previously about, and I still have the concern about making decisions and then the passion being addressed towards you and your staff as opposed to the assembly, I think that you're all very capable people and good at the jobs that you do. So I believe that the solutions that you come up with on how to bid out spaces will be as fair as possible, and that and I would hope that if any of the vendors have issues with that, please don't direct it at our staff, but come to the people who passed the ordinance. The staff is just carrying out the wishes of the assembly. Kevin?
I'll keep it real brief. I appreciate everything everyone said. I would kind of lean towards more what Crystal's comments as far as agreeing with them. I'm generally in support of this. My just biggest concern is how the staff is going to logistically make this happen. I see a lot of concerns, but I do agree with Stephen as well, though, that they are very capable, so I'll be going this.
Further comments from the assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on a motion to approve ordinance 2022-33 on second and final reading regarding the term of permit, Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
No.
Mayor Eisenbeis?
No.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
And Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2 on that second and final reading.
That would bring us to item E.
Move to approve ordinance 2022-34 on second and final reading, amending Title VI Business Licenses and Regulations of the Sitka General Code by updating Chapter 6.19, Regulation of Commercial Operators Selling Organized Excursions or Renting Equipment for Organized Excursions and Loading/Unloading Commercial Vehicles by changing from sealed bid to outcry auction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 22-34. For public comment, as a reminder, this item does deal with changing from a sealed bid to an open outcry auction. Is there any public comment on the ordinance?
Richard Ween. The difference between sealed bid and outcry is very important. And there are several reasons why you have sealed bids and several outcry. This one cries out for an outcry auction, and the reason is when you have sealed bids, it favors those individuals who have a lot of money, and when you put in the sealed bid, you will put in your maximum bid. And generally, people will overdo it in an effort to secure their bid. With an outcry bid, you do not have to start with a maximum. You can start with what the minimum is. And the important thing is that, one, you can see who's bidding, which I think is very important. And sometimes the people bidding are just fronts for larger individuals. That's another topic at another day. But the important thing is that you can gauge what you are going to bid. And therefore, you get a second chance. If you put it in an envelope and you're a little hesitant, you don't get that second chance. And to me, if we're to make it an incubator as opposed to an incubus, we need to allow people to have those abilities to do that. Another thing that needs to happen prior to the bid is you have to know how many squares there are going to be. because if there are lots of them, that affects the bids. If there are only 10 of them, that will also affect the bids, probably in a higher bidding ratio. So prior to anything, the bidding, meaning what you're going to buy, really needs to be explained. And so outcry is the better of the options. There were some people who said that this was anxiety producing and had other problems with an actual outcry. But I've learned most of the things I need to know in life from The Godfather. And I remember the line that says, "Tell Mikey it's only business." And outcry auctions happen all the time. And so there's nothing the matter with them. You bid what you can afford. And hopefully you will have that common sense. And again, there should be one more square than is needed, because that way people will be satisfied in their business and have that incubator notion. So please outcry bid, know the number of squares, and tell Mikey it's only business.
Bruce coming out of the Sitka Wildlife Tours. I'm sorry I've commented on each of these topics, but I'm just trying to make the best out of a really crappy situation. And so, out of the two terrible choices, the outcry bid's better. Pitting locals against each other, stupid, and just not Sitka-like. So I hate the whole thing in the first place. It should just be taken away and just raise the price on square. That's what you wanted in the first place anyway. Just go to the money, get the money. And then we don't have to kill each other to try to get a spot just to run our businesses. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that I should be graduating and going on to somewhere else. Could you tell me where that is? Is that Juneau? Because the only place an independent tour operator has to sell their pride is down here at Centennial Hall. I have nowhere to graduate to. If you mean graduate and become a ship option on board a ship, well then the cruise line is in charge of me now. I'm an independent for a reason. I'm fiercely independent and don't really want anybody telling me what to do and how a tour should be ran. If the tide is out on this side, I'm going to the side that's going to advantage the tourist. And so I like to operate freely that way so I can give my visitor the best tour every time they come here. And I'm extremely customer focused. And that's what's driving me crazy about all this. We've already got half our customers booked, and I don't know where I'm going to be picking them up. I don't know if I'm boycotting this building. I don't know if I've got a space at this building. I don't know anything. So I'm literally booking tours with no clue on what's going to happen. It's terrifying. Just flat out terrifying. And it all started by just trying to grab as much money as you guys could from us, rather than looking at the money we generate in our tax revenues and the jobs we create for your kids and your grandkids. That is truly the most important part. Only 14% of cruise dollars stay in the community. Think about that. And you're squishing that 14% right now. And you're looking at it as just a revenue generator beyond what it's already doing a great job, if you actually looked at it. So please, back away a little bit. Put on your Sitka hat again, and these are your friends and your family that are here. These are people that are going to employ your kids and your grandkids. That's truly what's important out of this whole thing. Our city isn't dying. We're okay. And the more our businesses thrive because of what you guys do to generate that, the more tax revenues come, the better it is. And the more of those dollars stay here in this community. That's the important part. It truly is. There's a documentary I watched last night. I encourage you to watch it. It's called The Last Tourist. It explains exactly what's coming. And it will show you what you could do to maybe help and do what I'm talking about. I'm looking at the big picture, not just money.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on ordinance 22-34, changing from a sealed bid to an outcry auction?
Once again, 89, Zodiac Adventures. Just want to put one more plug on this one for the open outcry like we talked about last time. Without the open outcry, we don't know who we're bidding against. And the main thing, we don't know how many we're bidding against. And that's more terrifying than anything. Knowing if we get a spot, we talked about less stability before. Imagine not having any idea if you're going for a spot, you'd be bidding against anybody, everybody, and so many people. We don't even know how many spots are out there, let alone how many we're bidding against. So an open outcry allows us to understand what's going on out there. And so just please think about that when you're voting.
Neil McDermott with our West Song Expeditions. I want to encourage you to support this amendment because it's pretty important to us as individuals to be able to know exactly where we stand as we do our business. When you open up a brick and mortar business, you know what the rent's going to be. You know what the expenses will be. You're not all of a sudden put into a situation where you're trying to outguess the next guy or outbid the next guy, and it really could generate a lot more money for the city, that's for sure, probably. But I do want to encourage you to vote this way. Also want to mention that just about everyone mentioned that you wanted to speak with the public about this and give some input, a little bit more input about this. I want to thank the 3 committee members, or assembly members, I should say, that did speak with me on this. And it's just a shame that the other members I didn't hear a single peep out of, so that's kind of sad. Thank you.
Local operator. Unfortunately, it's a bid. I was never for a bid, but I vote an outcry bid just so you know what your minimum bid is. But I think the important thing here is knowing you have a spot to bid for. Last year there was, I believe, 13 spots, and last I heard we were cutting it down to 10. But opening as many squares on the side of the building I think is important. Because that's already, if you move down to 10 squares, already taking 3 people out, and that will drastically change the bidding process. Opening as many squares as possible, I think, is important. So, thank you.
Good evening, Don Cluding, citizen. I'm a retired city employee, manager at Herigan Centennial Hall. I'm glad I'm retired, actually. A little bit of a conflict. Growing pains. The reason we're here today, when I was manager, we had up to 21 vendors. We're down to, the communication has gotten out to the public that there was only 10 spaces available. And so of course, everybody's stressed, everybody's concerned about the lack of space. And so you have 21 people, or businesses potentially competing for 10. Of course, outcry auction makes sense at that point. You could lose a bid if you did a sealed bid by $1 or $5 or so on and so forth. It's a win-win for the city. If you go with an outcry auction, potentially you could get more money for each space. The other thing to consider would be, can I sublease my space? Can I be a broker and represent 5 or 10 different businesses and sell tickets for 5 or 10 different businesses? You know, there's more ways to deal with this. I think that the discussion needs to take place. We need to, consider all the options. And then as well, I don't know if people have considered going out to Mr. McGrath. Maybe he has space available as well. Entertain that discussion. I think that there's opportunities there. So I would encourage you tonight to do the outcry auction. That makes sense, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Your license, travel tours. I like the outcry bid. I'm not going to say I don't. The only thing I don't like about the whole process is the 10 squares. Limiting us to 10 squares does mean that out of the 14 businesses, the local businesses that were out there last year, 4 of them will definitely be out, and then the bigger businesses can vote out the other couple. So having more squares, I mean, you guys are going to make money either way, $2,500 a square. So if we were able to put up a couple more squares to support local businesses, I mean, that's my biggest concern. Still keeping the money here in town instead of taking it away. Giving a chance for bigger businesses from out of town to take our spots, and then we lose money, you guys lose money because their money goes away. So outcry bid, love the idea. I mean, give us a chance to fight, know who we're going against. Definitely need to know that kind of stuff. But more squares, more people from town. It's all massive.
Any further public comment on ordinance 22-34, going from a sealed bid to an open outcry auction? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the assembly for deliberation. Torm?
Yeah, and we brought this forward because it was asked for. And I don't personally have really strong feelings either way, although I think if I were, I'd probably want to outcry. But I think we've heard, I know one of my goals putting this forward was to hear people, if we had 50-50 people who were going to be bidding, saying, well, no, we like the sealed bid, that would be very different. But that's not what I'm hearing. And I think this makes sense. And, they're a little bit more hectic to run, but I think it's more transparent. And I know that when we open the sealed bids, those are all, everybody sees every one, but at the same time, it's real-time transparent, I guess I would say. So I still think it makes sense to do this, and I didn't hear anything saying it's a bad idea.
So tonight, previously I had voted no on changing to an outcry auction, and I had some concerns that I voiced. Tonight I will be changing my voice on this changing my vote on this for 2 reasons. Number one, public testimony. I think over the last 2 meetings, public testimony has been overwhelmingly in support of going to an outcry auction. So I will be changing my vote partially because of that. The other reason is if we just changed it to a 3-year term, I really believe that a business needs a fighting chance now with a 3-year term, and I believe an outcry auction is the way to do that. If you put a $5,000 bid in and the space you desired goes for $5,200, but you were willing to pay just a little bit more than that, I think that severely disadvantages with that 3-year term. So having a 3-year term, I believe that an outcry auction is the most fair way to allocate those spaces. So as I stated before, I will be changing my vote on this round of voting to a yes on this. Crystal?
So this was discussed 2 meetings ago, and it was very surface level. We said, here are the things, we're gonna pass it, but here are the concerns that we have, and this was one of the things that we said, this should come back forward because we heard a lot of public testimony towards that. My feeling on that night was the same as Mr. Mosher's, and it was very brief. He didn't go into detail, but he did mention that there are established business and that some people could be intimidating trying to operate within that framework if it's an outcry. So I cannot be dismissive of the fact that we had testimony saying, it feels like I now have to compete face to face with people, and that could be extremely intimidating to people. And so then it says, well, the business world is meant for people who could be outcry comfortable and they can operate in these spaces. So I'm really, that was my initial inkling, was that this makes me uncomfortable because maybe I am one of those people who would be affected by having to outcry and compete for something publicly with others watching and knowing and feeling like I'm harming somebody if I get the bid and they don't. Perhaps they shouldn't feel that way, but I know based off of the testimony and conversations that to some people changing it to outcry, it doesn't offer that layer of separation. It's happening in real time, and what I like about outcry is that you're providing information. So how many people are bidding, and then as Dr. Ween said, a second chance. So maybe you thought it would come in here, and now it's going higher. You can jump in and you can stay competitive in real time, whereas a bid, I can see the benefit of that. But now I'm wondering if for vendors who, this isn't even the correct terminology, but introverted to the point that they would rather put it in an envelope, seal it, and submit it, and be competitive that way. I think there's a drawback that hasn't been addressed, and I'm just wondering the intimidation factor, how do we remedy that, or is that just the world that people have to compete in? Because it's real, and I didn't bring it up. I actually didn't add to the comment, but I remember you initially had that inkling. I had the same thing sitting over here, and I'm still not resolved of that. I still have a real hesitation of sealing the bid and submitting it. Offers a different framework to operate than outcry. Outcry gives you information in real time so that you can adjust based off of that. But I don't want to force people into that framework if it doesn't have to go there. So I'm just trying to elaborate on that conversation of how we ensure that people are not rewarded because they tend to be very, very voiceful and confident in public settings. It is a different thing to participate in an auction. I don't know how many of us at the table have actually done that. I haven't, but I can imagine that there are business leaders and there are tour operators who are well established, and we look to them as leaders in this community, and to compete with that in real time can be intimidating to some. So is there additional conversation around that to kind of put me at ease, because that's a big concern that I have right now.
Kevin?
Yeah, I appreciate Crystal's comments. I wasn't going to make any comments, but I think since she kind of brought that up, I'll address it. That was a concern of mine, and always has been. I don't like it because I don't like the thought of people like looking at each other competing. But because of the overwhelming testimony in favor of the outcry, I'm not sure that there is remedy. I don't really like it, but it just seems to be what they want, so that's why I'm changing my mind. I wish there was a remedy, I wish there was a way to address that, but I'll be voting for the outcry, like I said, because of the overwhelming. In fact, I haven't heard one person tell me since that last meeting that they wanted to see the bid, so.
Virginia?
Just to add to this conversation, my time in architecture and construction, there was always a pre-bid meeting before any type of seal bid, and that was when anyone could come to the table, ask questions, get as familiar with the process as possible, and get comfortable. I would encourage, if this is a bid or an auction, to have our employees here at Centennial Hall or whoever's operating this to do that, so that everyone can come and feel like they're comfortable with the process, no matter what it is. A bid pre-auction meeting could help with that.
John?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to address that real quick. Under the previous year's process, last year we did get all the interested parties together, and Tony held a meeting here and explained what the permit process would look like, and that's the plan this year too. We'll get everybody together and give them all the details before the bidding begins.
So as far as the number who are competing, they will know that as best they can. Right, that will give an indication of how many people are interested in, and I'm gonna throw this out there. Let's say it is 10, so there are 10 slots that you're competing for, and here are the players in the room.
If they choose to show up,
Right.
there's no requirement that they'll show up for the pre-bid, but they'll have an idea on who's interested, but there's no
Okay.
requirement for them to be at the pre-bid session.
Right. Because I was mostly worried about them not having that information, even though there was disclosure that they all know each other and that they operate, there may be some new vendors into the situation. I was just worried about that information not being available, but it sounds like in that pre-meeting that happens annually, they have a choice to show up, they don't have to, but that will give you a good indication of who's trying to compete for the upcoming bids. This is a tough one.
Further assembly discussion? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve ordinance 2022-34, changing from a sealed bid to the outcry auction process. Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
No.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
And Mayor Eisenbach.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Second and final reading on item E.
Thank you. That does bring us to the top of the hour. We'll take another brief recess, and please be seated when you're ready to continue. Everybody is seated. We'll get going here. So our next item is a discussion direction decision on the 2023 Tourism Management Operating Plan. Amy Ainsley will have a presentation. We've gone through multiple sessions previous to coming to the assembly. So Amy will give us an overview of those sessions. My plan tonight, while discussion directions typically don't have public comment, after Amy's presentation, I want to open this up to public comment on any of the decision points that the assembly will be considering tonight, and go from there and with our discussion. So, Amy, as soon as you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, I'm the Ainsley Planning and Community Development Director. So I'd like to provide a little bit of overview especially for some of our newer Assembly members or those in the public that are here about how we have arrived at tonight and what the tourism planning process has been to get us to this point, and then walk through the recommendations that are before you this evening in brief, and then a brief overview as well about what the next steps would be after tonight. So to go back, not too far, but I think most of you are probably familiar at least with the tourism planning effort that took place over the course of 2021 leading into the 2022 season that was headed by the Planning Commission. And when that plan was adopted, it was agreed that the Assembly and the Planning Commission should come back together at the end of the 2022 season to review what worked, what didn't, what might we want to do differently in the future. That review session took place at the end of October, and the Planning Commission from there was tasked with coming up with the sort of short list of what items do we want to carry forward into 2023 and what additional items should be considered. So the Planning Commission had an open session to the public at the beginning of November just to hear feedback about elements of the plan or any specifics, and then made a final recommendation on this plan before you tonight at the end of November. That was also an open public meeting as well. In accordance with the direction coming from the Assembly, we did also heavily weigh the survey responses that we received. We had a community survey that was open in conjunction with the end of season review that had over 600 responses to it, and so we wanted to definitely take into strong account what the feedback from that survey was as well, and so we believe that is reflected here in the recommendations before you. The direction for the 2023 operating plan is broken into 5 categories. The Lincoln Street closures, should we continue doing them? Should we manage them a little bit differently? Are there logistics that you would like us to change or to keep in place? The placement of the temporary restroom facilities. You might note that the Maxudoff location has been removed from this potential locations list based on public feedback and recommendation from the Planning Commission. The third on the list are safety improvements, largely looking at primarily traffic issues with intersection management for Lake and Lincoln, improved pedestrian crossings along Harbor Drive, and the addition of crossing guards or pedestrian monitors in the downtown corridor as well to help monitor pedestrian safety. Signage, working on updating our existing wayfinding signage and addressing gaps that we might have, and also looking at ways to relocate some of our existing wayfinding signage away from intersections and crosswalks. There may also be some cause to do some, kind of take a more concerted effort on education and outreach with visitors and locals on bike safety and our related local ordinances on bike safety. For programs and initiatives, there are 3 particular programs that we may consider continuing into 2023. The bathroom grant program provided grant monies to those businesses or organizations in the downtown area that opened their restrooms to the public. There was also a program for walk and bike incentives as well to help alleviate vehicle traffic, and continuation of the food cart permit operations in the Lincoln Street closure area. Some new programs that might be considered as well would be some beautification measures for downtown, which might range from physical items such as tables or benches, and might be more aesthetic things such as planters or banners. And then lastly, we did also outline what future planning needs may need to be taken up as well. Sort of just ongoing traffic management to continue looking for ways to optimize circulation within town as well as our pickup and drop-off locations. It was generally agreed that it is too short a time frame for this season to explore alternatives or secondary locations, but this should be continuing on our radar of ways to optimize the flow of traffic and to try to mitigate the impacts of traffic. A more comprehensive approach to downtown beautification with potential adoption of design standards for historic preservation in the downtown area, or programs for painting, flowers, etc. Bus electrification or other electric transportation alternatives, and consideration of no idling policies, looking for opportunities to expand permanent restrooms in the downtown area, and pursuing opportunities for more dedicated tourism management, a body to do more dedicated tourism management outside of the Planning Commission. I did attempt to at least give you some price ranges as in addition to some of the items, particularly items 1 through 4. The plan will be that once we have your direction on the items that you would like us to move forward with, we will come back to the Assembly with a supplemental appropriation for all of those items. So we'll be using this time we will attempt to get that first reading on your next agenda on the 24th, but that may need to be the first meeting in February. But we're going to pull together a little bit more detailed information about the cost estimates. And so you are directing us to at least get those estimates dialed in and bring them before you. You are not necessarily making a financial commitment tonight. So you will have another opportunity to look at this from a financial perspective when the supplemental appropriation comes forward.
Great, thank you for that overview, Amy. If you don't mind, I'm going to have a public comment period, and then if you could come back up here, because I'm sure there'll be lots of questions as we go through these items. So thank you for the overview. And at this point, I'd like to open it up to public comment on our 2023 Tourism Management Operating Plan. If you have any thoughts about any of the ideas or any other thoughts on tourism operation plans for the upcoming season.
Hello. I happen to be sometimes
Sorry, you can
fortunate.
state your name for the record.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Kim Elliott, 7 Matsuda Street, Sitka. I happen to be one of the fortunate or unfortunate, however you want to look at it, people that live right downtown in the middle of all the tourist traffic. And I have had people walk into my car while they're texting as they're walking down the street towards the bridge to get over to downtown. I've helped a lot of them, or tried to direct them to wherever they might want to go, because I'm not anti-tourist, I'm just anti not being safe and being kind of stupid, which... Anyway, I just want to say that I saw the plan, and they want to do a sea walk and all that other stuff, which I don't understand why it's not included in the tourism plan, to be honest with you. And I'll speak to that if you need me to, under person to be heard at the end of the meeting. But I have had so many instances of people wandering around, wondering where they're going, so I think that your plans to increase signage and assist the people in finding where they want to go. But most of them want to go straight downtown. I don't know if you got the message from my sister, Claudia Michael says, my comments are related to them and my Papa Wilson, senior citizen that doesn't come out much. But we all are in the same page, and a great many of my neighbors are, because they've all run into the same problems I have with trying to even go to the grocery store from my street with the traffic and the problems that are there. I'm kind of concerned about whether or not downtown is going to become another Juneau or Ketchikan, but I found out, and you might want to take a look. I tried to send you a link forward, but I don't know if it came. Juneau is looking at limiting the number of tourists that can be handled in town at one time. And I think that you should be aware of that. Sitka, I think, needs to really recognize that our town, we have 8,700 and some people, and it's been the same steady pace for years. Except when the cruise ships come into town, and then our population almost doubles. And it's not fun, it's miserable, especially if you live downtown, which I happen to be one of the ones that everyone says, oh, you're so lucky where you live, and I'm saying, no.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wheaton. As far as the tourist plan goes, I really just have one topic sentence, and that you need to cap the number of tourists. And that's the end of it. If you don't do it, if you don't self-limit this, I know that the economy is going to do it, but we have time to focus on a better type of tourism, and one that is more, I'll say, authentic. I like the word authentic because that is one of the words where the tourists who come here, they say that Sitka is a more authentic Alaskan town. Now, why are they saying that? Because they've already seen Juneau and Ketchikan? I think I have a part of the answer for it. It's not because we have a McDonald's. I feel that a lot of these things within the tourist plan are self-inflicted wounds. We don't need to go through it. I've been throughout this country and a good portion of the world, and I know what authentic means. And it means that your city is not roped off with cattle fences, and you have outside toilets. That's authentic? Maybe. But this ain't Disneyland. And one of the important parts of authenticism is that the locals get to intermingle and come in their natural habitat. That's authentic. I've been to a lot of beautiful towns, and part of it is the free movement of the people who live there, because there's always such wonderful interactions between the locals and those people who wish to come and share this with us. I do not believe that if we continue on this way, that anything good will come of it. I've followed a lot of the money that's coming into Sitka. I've seen how businesses are moving and so forth, and it is not moving in the way that Sitka will ever have anything that it really cherishes. So we need to, I'll say, nip it in the bud, need to cap it, and then circle around and make the plan, which I have some very clear ideas on what to do. Bottom line is, if you continue this way with day trippers may work for a little while, but all of a sudden you're going to find it's going to be choked off. And let me tell you something, there are going to be alternative drop-off points and other developments within this city, which is going to be potentially problematic for downtown. And so you have to think that if you're going to be taxing people and charging them, they're going to look for an alternative. Cap it, cap it, cap it. And you've heard it here first.
Good evening, I'm Larry Edwards, and first I'd like to second every bit of Dr. Wing's testimony. I'm here to testify on item 5 on the packet info there, future planning needs, and actually the very bottom item of that section. I'm here to ask you to consider tasking the Sustainability Commission with advising the Assembly on what the right size is for tourism in Sitka and on how to attain that level of tourism. This is a sustainability issue, and sustainability commissioners have the requisite expertise to give this advice. The right size for cruise tourism is a sustainability issue on many levels, including the economy, our small town way of life, and perhaps whether we will be able to retain our designation as a subsistence community. The cruise tourism issue is urgent because if the extraordinary level of visitation of last year becomes more than a one-year spike, the window of opportunity for Sitka to seek a right size for the industry at a lower level is likely to be foreclosed as local businesses make investments to serve the extreme visitation. And finally, I urge the Assembly to direct the city manager to push back on the cruise lines and to forcefully request that they dramatically cut back for this year and next year. This is necessary to give Sitka the time to determine what the right size is for cruise tourism here. And on this topic, I sent you all a message with 3 explanatory tables on Sunday night, and you may not have had time to look at that yet, but I hope you give it a close look, and my contact information is there, and I'd like to discuss it with you. Thanks.
Guess I'm still hot. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly, Mr. Administrator, Mr. Attorney, Madam Clerk. I'm Hugh Bevan, and my testimony relates to traffic management. Last summer, I took some opportunities to come downtown and just watch vehicle and pedestrian movements between the roundabout and O'Connell Bridge. And it occurs to me that the system is approaching design capacity. And that problem is amplified by the closure of Lincoln Street, where we take one of the arterial streets out of the system. I'm not down on closing Lincoln Street. I think it worked pretty well last year. But the change to the traffic system may not be as workable if our passenger load continues to increase. The other thing is, I've noticed is that traffic's increasing from the rapid development on Japonski Island, and that's all feeding right into the same system. The intersection is designed to operate with 4 quadrants, and when one of them is taken away, it almost felt to me like the intersection is starting to become unstable. And I don't mean the Sitka drivers, I'm not talking about the Sitka drivers, I'm talking about the operation of the traffic. So in November, I was here for a similar meeting, and I heard Chris McGraw lay out an idea to reconfigure the Baranoff School playground to include a satellite cruise bus transfer facility. And I found that interesting, so I met with Chris and learned what the details were, and the fact that he had jointly developed this plan with Principal Joe DeCrone from Baranoff Elementary School. And once I understood what the idea was, I personally thought it was a home run. So from there, I met with the principal at the school, and it was brought back memories of other times I was in the principal's office. But she explained the plan to me, and her understanding was exactly the same as Chris's. And she was a solid supporter of this idea. The plan reconfigures the playground, moves the shelter closer to the school where it's easier to manage, and provides new playground equipment, substantial new parking for the staff and visitors, and it's all that's paid by the cruise terminal. They also create a cruise bus transfer facility that spreads out traffic, pedestrian traffic, and pulls traffic, vehicular traffic, out of the area of concern. I have a suggestion for the assembly that in the very near future you hold a work session and invite Chris and Principal DeCrone to come and lay it out in their own words. They both expressed their willingness to do that.
Thank you, sir. In fairness to everybody, we will have to cut you off in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tammy Smallong. I run the kettle corn business, and I've had an opportunity to, I've been there, I think, 7 years. It'll be my 7th year this year, with of course the exception of 2020. So I spent 6 years watching traffic downtown, and the closure of Lincoln Street I'm in favor of. I don't think it was too much of an inconvenience for people, and it made for better visitors experience here in Sitka. But watching the traffic at the lights has been a nightmare, quite honestly, just watching that, and I think everybody sees that. I think a plan that might help is the crosswalks, that each one going whichever direction goes, all traffic is stopped. Then one lane can go, all pedestrian stops, so because it's a left-hand stop, turn that stop the traffic. And then the other cars can go across, back and forth. And it seems like that might be helpful, and that just the lights, all green for all traffic. And then the last thing is the bathroom over there on the side. She was talking about the beautification of bathrooms. There's the downtown, and that bathroom is a mess. It's got a leaky toilet that's all over the floor. It's not really the toilet, it comes from the wall. So those bathrooms just need to be cleaned up and and anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening. Tyler Green. Appreciate all your guys' assistance and time and being here. I gotta agree with the majority of Dr. Lean's testimony here. And I appreciate Tammy bringing up the traffic issue. I think it's kind of a whole hung kick the can deal where nobody's dealt with it. But as far as the tourist cap goes, that's got to be done. I mean, when we first got the report that tourism was going to be, we were going to get so many people, and I have experience working in wastewater. My first question was, where's everybody going to go to the bathroom? Where's everybody going to go? You're not going to go Nobody wants them in their stores, nobody wants them in the harbor department's bathroom. It's obviously flooding. The harbor department has failed on their restrooms. They have very minimal restrooms in the harbor department. So I think we need a little pushback on the cruise lines here. I mean, we're not a toy. We're not Ketchikan, we're not Juneau. We're not a toy. There needs to be a cap. I realize the tax money is very lucrative. I understand that. But there's got to be a cap. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Shirley Roebuck, 65-year resident of Sitka. Last year was a disaster. We're on the corner, so we saw it all. But you got to remember that you closed off Max Sudoff and you closed off behind the church. I think personally, and I have pictures to prove it, I took pictures when there was the big boats in and the road was closed. I took it at 10 in the morning, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at 3 o'clock, all empty the streets down on this end of town, on my end of town. So, and I'm really happy that Maxudo was taken off the closing it up, because when you come off the island, 400 cars, they're going to go shopping instead of going straight home. So I think it'll help the businesses that are downtown that are not tourist oriented. And we used to be tourist oriented, but then Amazon came along and that was the end of that. So we're trying to be real competitive in our pricing, and I really think that it's going to be a big job. But I don't know what to tell you about I think that if you had it in front of the church and you put the toilet behind the church, I think it'd be right downtown. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I talked to a lot of people and I showed a lot of people the pictures, and completely empty. So they do walk down the sidewalk to go to the other end of the town. So thank you.
Good evening, Assembly members and citizens of Sitka. My name is Al Cunningham, and I'm here to make some recommendations on how we can address our tourism flow and how it affects residents. I'll be the first to admit I'm no civil engineer, but I'd like to share some things I've seen from other places. This brings me to my first point of the intersection of Lincoln Street and Lake Street. Many of you remember how difficult it was last year when folks were trying to turn and were held up due to pedestrians crossing. In turn, stopping traffic due to the nature of traffic lanes. I personally see two improvements. One, we reroute the traffic lanes so that the turn lanes on Lake Street and Harbor Drive are standalone lanes, and through traffic uses the outside lanes. This is a much more common practice in larger, more densely populated areas. I personally find this option a better long-term solution, but I believe it would require adjustment to the intersection overall, which would be costly and wouldn't necessarily be any safer for pedestrians. The second option is a pedestrian scrambling, adding additional diagonal crosswalks. How this works is traffic flows regularly, stopping once per cycle, allowing for only pedestrians to make the moves. My second point is on days of downtown closures, using the section of Lincoln Street, Wells Fargo to Harbor Drive for passenger vehicles who pay their permits to use this section for pick up and drop off. I do not intend for it to take away business from vendors or businesses at Centennial Hall by doing it only on heavy traffic days. There's concerns for Centennial Hall being too busy as it's taking away from vendor spots there. This could add a balance to making more vendor spaces available at Centennial Hall and allowing for better flow for traffic at pop-up vendors on Lincoln Street between Bear Street and Catalina Street. Adding the second loop of traffic to a section of road already closed to residential traffic would bring about more support for downtown closures on busy days and allowing for an easier transit as Sitka seeks to keep adding more tourism. I'm not suggesting taking action that would hinder businesses at Centennial Hall. So this course of action may best be done on days that we have a higher bar, say estimated 6,000 visitors in a day. The current plan is to add seasonal employees already as crossing guards, which is where the city can draw from to help coordinate the sloop and perform permit checks. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. I'm Rachel Roy, and I'm with the Sitka Chamber. I just had a couple comments that I wanted to share, and also to commend the Planning Commission and Planning Department staff on this plan. It definitely has, you can tell that they took the comments from the community and business members, and you can see it reflected here. In my time with the Chamber and prior to that, working for the Sitka Tribe of Alaska in the tourism department, I've worked on various plans and tourism planning and been involved. One of the programs that we were heavily involved in from its inception was the wayfinding project, which was a piece of the branding. It was branding and wayfinding, so Sitka's brand and then creating the wayfinding. And that was done with a committee of community visitor related businesses and interested parties and assembly. And also then it was executed with the planning department. Anyways, I would like to see that we bring that back up, and there was a phase 2 that was never really done. And so there are assets and resources that could be used to apply additional signage, and there were just things that just weren't in the budget. So I'd really like to see that, and I think that there's, especially as we know how people are moving around, who's using what signs and where we're seeing them used, I think there's a lot of opportunity. We were really also constricted. We didn't go into Catlin Street, and we were limited on what we did on any of the outer areas. But I'd also like to just bring up the vehicular signage. So for anyone that's in a rental car, to find attractions and things, there was some identified need that could be also supported with a tourism plan. Beautification in downtown, I think there's so much that could be done with an investment that would create visual appeal during closure days and also create increased experience to be able to have more benches, to be able to have tables and seating areas, and so I just encourage that, and I think it's a really big bang for your buck. And if you want to look at a town that's got something going on, give people a place to be in that street. Because the way that the permits and everything were, we were not allowed. And also, for the body that plans, it needs to be tourism experts.
Thank you, in fairness to everybody.
Yeah.
Any further comment on our 2023 tourism management operating plan and or anything relating to tourism in this upcoming? Great, thank you. That would bring it back to the assembly for discussion, direction, decision on any of these items. I prefer to start with number 1 and go down through the list. Amy, if you wouldn't mind coming back up, I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions and include you in the discussion as well as the representative of the Planning Commission. Anybody want to start it out? John?
If I could, before you start with deliberation here,
Please.
I want to add a bit of stuff that's in the packet and a little bit to Amy's presentation. I think an easy way to maybe start this would be kind of like we do with the budget every year when we kind of present just, here's the general fund, this is how it was last year. Kind of start with the status quo. If you let us know what changes from the status quo you'd be looking at besides the ones that Amy's already recommended in here, that would be very helpful to keep the conversation dialed in. Also, the appropriation that we passed last year, since we're going fiscal years, there's a lot that may already be covered going into this first half of tourism season 2. But that's, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here when we bring that appropriation forward later. But since the traffic issues came up a lot, I want to give you guys some information. I spent, over 2 hours in a room with DOT yesterday, and we talked a lot about this. The Lake Lincoln intersection, that road is a state right-of-way. Crossing guards are not as simple as you think they are. They have to be essentially police officers to be able to provide that service. We can't have, like a school crossing guard with a stop sign that walks out in the road. You can't interfere with signals. You can't change signals. We can't have crosswalks where we want to. There's a lot of traffic engineering that has to go in with changes at the intersection. But what we did get from DOT is they hear us loud and clear on the issues. I think we made a lot of progress with getting some, I'll call it flagging opportunities in front of Harrigan Hall to get buses moving through a lot better. And Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like they've already got sketched out the plan for a left-hand turn signal, and they believe they can have that in place before this season begins to help with some of that congestion too. And with the new system on the lights, they're able to adjust the timing for the lights. They're able to adjust the timing for the pedestrian crossing areas. So a lot of efforts have already happened on that traffic piece that we hope to have working before this season gets here. Thanks.
I agree. Thank you, John, for the DOT update. That was going to be one of my main questions was how did that meeting go? And it sounds like it went better than anticipated, and I'm glad to hear that DOT is at the table, as that is their intersection and they control it. Tori, you want to start this one out?
Sure. And I think there's some things that fall under multiple points on here. But I think one of the things that we need to be aware of is that they're not working on Sunmill Creek this year. I think that amplified the traffic issues dramatically, especially because I know we asked them not to send people down Jeff Davis, and they turned right around and exactly did that. So hopefully that will, not having that will make a difference as well. As far as, item 1, the Lincoln State closures, I think we had a majority of people were supportive of the idea, and I think we learned a lot last year by, raising the number and realizing that we couldn't get real-time passenger numbers from the cruise ships, so we had to use the capacity. And even with raising the amounts, considering the kind of ships that are coming this year, or again, it is this year, we're going to probably be stopping, quite a bit. Unfortunately, we don't have any way to say full, so I think that, again, we're in the process of, okay, how do we deal with it? And honestly, I think it went pretty well as far as closing it. I mean, I know I went down there a number of times, and it kind of changed the vibe some too, which was kind of cool. And so, lacking a better way to manage these people, I don't see a way to do it. I'll kind of repeat what I said last year during the meetings, the number of meetings I had to go to. I walked into the planning session thinking, no way, no how do we shut down Lincoln Street. But after a number of meetings, it just became obvious that we didn't have too many other really viable alternatives. And so I think they have a good idea, a good plan here as far as the Lincoln Street closures. And again, allowing John to say if the boats are not showing up really full, to okay, we'll raise it, he can raise it again if he needs to, if the boats aren't showing up that full, which is nice to be able to change on the fly like that.
Jim? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everyone's comments. It's been a long night, but I appreciate everyone speaking, and I'm glad that the mayor allowed public testimony. It's very important, especially on this issue. As far as the logistics, that was going to be my question too. I've actually talked to John before. I've been asking him about the DOT. The left-hand turn is a big issue. Yeah, I agree that not having Sawmill Creek construction will help substantially. If DOT can get a left-hand turn signal, that would be great too. I know there's bigger questions as far as tourism, but for right now, as far as logistics, I think traffic is a major issue. But I am very relieved to know about the DOT left-hand turn signal. I actually work right downtown at the Shiapka building, and so I got a front row seat of all those. And it did seem, because I would take a break and walk down to the other end, that for some reason the tourists seemed to be more busy on the other side by Harry Race and everything. For whatever reason, it was less congested. I understand why the planning commission has, recommended closure. I was not in favor of this. I don't like the idea, and honestly, I would prefer if we didn't close it. But I am okay with keeping it closed as long as we give the administrator and staff the discretion to adjust as necessary. We want to keep the road closed as little as possible. I would be okay if we kept the side of, the other side of the Lincoln closed. Closed by Harry Race, that side of the church, and then the other side open, but I don't know if that will open up a whole other can of worms of other businesses having issues. So I'm okay with giving staff the discretion to manage this. As far as a cap, I know that's people are concerned. Some people are concerned, but I just want to remind the public, and there's people in town who've been around longer than me. I've been here 30 years now. It used to be pretty busy here. We actually used to have a police officer. I remember at that intersection before there was a light, and when it was really busy in the summer. So I know it's possible, it's probably hard, but then tourism died down for quite a while, and it's been a real effort to get them back. And it's very easy to shut down an industry and business. It's super easy, but it's very hard to bring it to fruition. So what I would ask of people is to try, I would request of people who are concerned, please, to give this a little time. This is a major change in our town. We did our best to adjust last year. There was a lot of interesting mitigating factors that contributed to a really bad traffic situation. I would ask the public to try to have a little faith in the process and patience. I believe the traffic situation will be a little better this year. I do not believe that we're going to be so overwhelmed with tourists that everything's collapsing around us. And I don't feel that it'll be never ever too late to shut down. It's easy to shut it down. We can find ways if we really want to. I do prefer if we let the executives know that there are limits to how much we can handle, and but I don't favor a cap at this time. If it got worse, we could do that. We always can do that. But I don't feel that sending that message right now would be very helpful, considering all the work it has been to get this. And I'm just bringing back, a little long-winded tonight, but kind of coming back to a comment I said before. We have a lot of aging infrastructure that the state used to maintain, millions and millions of dollars worth, but we have to maintain it now because the state doesn't have the money. The people of Sitka do not have the resources to handle that, even if we raise taxes substantially. We don't have money. We got to raise it some other way. We are looking for grants and fighting for grants. but there's a million other towns fighting for grants all over the country. So that's one way. Another way is increased business. I'm not saying that we should just let everything get out of control and just to let tourism just get to a point that's untenable. What I'm saying is we're early in the process. It seems a little scary, but we have time, and I'm asking that people have patience. Try to be patient. I did not like how congested it was. I don't think anybody did, but it won't be that bad this year. And I would just ask that people be patient. I have other comments as far as some of these other things, but I think I've said enough for now.
So on the first item, on the Lincoln Street closures, I'm not going to speak whether we should close it or not. But Amy, a couple questions on the concepts actions that you have outlined here. Does that, what is being proposed here, does that align with the results of the survey that was taken at the end of the business or at the end of the visitor season?
Correct. The majority of respondents on the surveys favored the full closure of Lincoln Street.
Okay, and then 5,000 passengers, how many days would that equate to throughout our season coming up here? Do you have that number off the top of your head?
I don't, but I just find it.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't either. I have the map or the outline that you had given us, but that just popped up in my thoughts. Because I think it's important to know how many days that is. And then the 5,000 passengers, I know we went up from a smaller amount, which I had spoken out against, the 2,000 or 3,000, I don't remember where it started. 5,000 seems like a reasonable level, but then it kind of does depend on how many days total that the street ends up getting closed. So it looks like it's going to be 53 days, 5,000 and above.
So, yes, correct, 53 days. And this is per the schedule that was issued by Cruise Line Agencies of Alaska in mid-October.
Okay. So yeah, I'm impartial on the closure of Lincoln Street. I believe that a lot of respondents to a survey have come out in favor of. I saw initially the closure to be very well received. I saw lots of locals strolling downtown with their dog, and I think the novelty of it eventually wore off towards the end of the season. So I don't have a strong opinion one way or another. It sounds like 5,000 aligns with a good closure number, a good goal. And the other question I had on that, Amy, the 10 to 4 closure period, does that align with the arrival and departure times of the boats, or is that simply a number we used from last year?
Approximately. There's quite a bit of variability in arrival and departure times, so it's hard to say, that it's completely consistent, but generally speaking, those are kind of the peak hours that we experience. 4 o'clock is definitely on the later side. We do see a lot of passengers returning to the ship at approximately 2:30, maybe a little bit closer to 3 o'clock. However, the street crew does need time to reopen the street. There are signs that have to be changed over or bagged. We sometimes will do street sweeping. And so that buffer until 4 o'clock does help to help with the operations. The other element of that as well is that for the restroom that was on Lincoln Street, the stairs had to be folded in every day when the street reopened because the stairs encroached into the driving lane. And so there's quite a bit of turnover work that has to happen between the reopening of the street. And if you start that any earlier, you are trying to do that in the midst of a fairly substantial crowd.
Perfect, thank you. I think that answers the second part of my question without having to answer or ask it, because I as well felt 4 o'clock was a little bit late, but utilizing that time for the street crews to come in and do their work, I really don't think they can start that process at 2 in order to get the streets open by 3. So thank you for that clarification there.
We can also emphasize as well that if there's an opportunity to tighten that time frame, that's a preference of the assembly as well.
Tim?
Sure. I do remember this conversation a little bit. because I was just going on at the time. I do remember a conversation about leaving it open a little later. That was something that came up from people at the last one, to allow the Sitkans a chance to take advantage of, particularly the food carts that were involved in the conversation. So something I'd be interested in seeing if there's a groundswell for that. And then I am curious about whether the half street closure would be an option. So if I were to push forward for a couple things to look at, those would be two things I would say. But I mean, I think closing Lincoln Street makes sense.
Do you mind if I address some of those?
Yes, please, John or Amy, and then Chris.
Yeah, the half street closure, and you brought up the food carts, that's an important piece to this. Last year we grandfathered some folks in. That corner at Lake and Lincoln is very unsafe with the carts there, and we didn't want to just pull the rug out from under people, but we gave notice last year that that's not even allowed by code, actually. So we moved the food carts to another area, but if you notice, now the carts have moved to private property in that area that would be open during half closure. So it could potentially create some difficulties as more people are using those food carts and they start to spill into the roadway. That's just something we'd have to be aware of, but the partial closure is also a consideration.
The other concern that was raised with the partial closure is that with St. Michael's being one of the main attractions downtown, and the desire for pictures in front of the church, you would have to close the street after the crosswalk that goes in front of the church, which is one of the most congested areas and where we've had pedestrian safety incidents. And so you don't, in terms of creating pedestrian safety, you're retaining one of the highest conflict spaces. And so there's still a really pressing safety concern with having that part of the street open. There's not really a way to close the street before that, because then you essentially kind of track the traffic there. So the half closure is really challenging from a safety perspective. I believe your other question was on the later extended hours. The Planning Commission didn't feel that there was quite enough information from business owners about how that would be run, how often it would happen, and so there was a kind of consensus from the Planning Commission's part that if business owners are interested in those extended hours, that it would be good to plan those out as maybe once monthly events or something like that, as opposed to us trying to kind of decide for the businesses what times would work best for them. So we kind of left that as a opportunity for business owners to pursue if they felt that would be beneficial.
I know that last year we were trying to do it based off of the number of passengers that would be in Sitka on the day, and then we switched over to capacity kind of midway through. And then my question was, where did we come up with the 5,000? But this document might have pulled it up and said that's based off of the capacity that they give us estimates on. 5,000 is the starting for the larger block. Is that where you came up with 5,000? Is that why we're at that number?
Yeah, the reason that we landed at 5,000 towards the end of the season was based on the approximate passenger volumes that we were seeing on the ship. So the ships were about 70 to 80% full coming in, and at 5,000 capacity and 70 to 80% actual used, that came out to about the 3,500, 4,000 range that was originally targeted. We did see, towards the peak of the season and the end of the season that the actuals started to increase a little bit more, so higher percentages of use on the ships. And we got sort of consensus for the most part in the feedback that 5,000 sort of seemed to be the comfortable place to land.
Okay. And even though, because even I had experiences where I thought, wow, the streets look pretty empty at this point in time, it depends on the day. But additionally, if we took those approximately 3,000 passengers and tried to put them on one of two sidewalks, they would be shoulder to shoulder, which was something that you outlined for us. That's why we were giving additional road space, was so that they weren't walking on top of each other and trying to navigate unsafely to the point that they decided that they would take it to the road and find themselves in a safety incident in downtown Sitka. So that answered that question. I also, my eyesight not great. I think it was 53, right? 53 total days based off of this chart. Is that what I'm seeing?
Correct.
Okay, of when we would close the downtown. And then the question about the 9 a.m. So I remember we had concerns because it was going to be our first year and we wanted cars to be out of there, and I see it's listed as 9 a.m. Was that a big incident as far as the communication? I know we contracted to make sure that the messaging was out there. Did we have a lot of cars that were getting stuck downtown, or Sitka basically jumped on board and they said, we're going to monitor the dates and we're going to make accommodations based off of that? Was it pretty seamless, more seamless than we thought it would be last year?
I think for the most part, I think people got accustomed to it, and we didn't have a lot of cars in the closure area. There throughout the season, there were still some occasionally, I will say PD did make a really extreme effort every day to call individual vehicle owners to let them know before the closure, please come down, please move your car, to try and avoid that situation from happening. So I know a lot of effort went into reaching out to individual vehicle owners who were in that, 9 to 10 time to give them the chance to, come and move your car before we have to use the barnacle or something, so.
And then I had a lot of questions with regards to traffic flow that I think has been addressed several times throughout the comments already, and that sounds exciting for this year. Also, we just happened to bump up against major road construction nearby that was happening. I'm so happy that it's not going to be to that caliber this year. So I think that would bode well. I think most of it seems intact in alignment and kind of improved upon what we tried that first year out. My questions, if I had them, had to do with the programs and the initiatives. I know that we did, and these are smaller cost items, but I was just curious about recommendations around whether or not to continue those, or how impactful or effective they were. But that's it for the most part. Thank you for putting this together and spending time on this so that we can gear up for the next season. Mostly it was around the capacity, and I think you explained that. 53 seems doable with regards to a street closure, so appreciate it. Thank you, Amy.
Chris?
I know when it comes to Lincoln Street, I was very hesitant when I first heard that this was going to be the plan, mainly just because of parking. Working out of Crescent Harbor, I was very concerned if I was going to have parking all summer long, and it actually went great. I think there was only one day I actually had to wait for a space to open, so that really surprised me. Personally, I don't mind the closure. I went downtown a few times, and it was nice, I guess. There was one day that it was open, and it was a 4,000 passenger day, and I actually had to step off the sidewalk a few times because it was too congested. So I'm definitely on board with the 5,000 because I think that would be it's a good number, I feel like. I guess I do like the idea of maybe being flexible if you feel as though the ship's departing in time. If you could open it up sooner, that would be great. I did talk to a couple of the banks specifically. They were concerned about it when it initially came about, but they ended up saying it worked okay because locals were able to go to the banks after 4. And it's generally when everyone's roughly getting off work anyway. So it worked out, I think, better than everyone had expected. I think the big thing for me on the closure is it's what the survey, that was the majority, was most of the people were saying that they supported the closure. So just kind of for that, I can support it as well. But yeah.
I think I hear a consensus to continue as stated with the street closures. I think I've also heard a consensus to be flexible as we were this previous year. And I think the Assembly would appreciate some updates if it looks like we're going to have to flex, or if we do get to that point. Anything to add on our Lincoln Street closure, item number 1? Great, if you do have, throughout this, we can always revisit, but jumping on to number 2, the temporary restrooms, potential locations, and if we utilize them at all or not, and whether to hook them up to utilities. I think that's more of a higher level decision than us tonight, but any thoughts on the temporary restrooms? I can start this one out then. Personally, I think the street by Wells Fargo, Max Sudoff, correct? I think those ones worked well. I think that was a great location, and those were able to be open on days that the street were not closed. Personally, from watching it, the one on Lincoln Street that was only open on closed street days, I didn't prefer that one. I saw people trying to use it when they couldn't. I think it overflowed right into the road, kind of in a funky way. I think that one can be moved. I don't necessarily have a location for you, but with it only being able to be utilized in this instance 53 days out of the visitor season, something tells me there's a better spot than that for that particular restroom. I heard behind the church. I don't know if that's viable, but it sounds potentially interesting. We just kind of eliminated that roundabout-y there, which very few people utilize in that manner, and put a restroom there that was only open on closed days. Again, that doesn't really get away from my point and concern of it only being open on the days that are closed. But I think the Lincoln Street one did not suit, and I think Max Sudoff is centrally located and can service both sides of the town from one central location. I am very concerned, unless we've already had conversations with the private lots that are listed here, Wells Fargo, First National Bank, some other instances there. Unless we've had conversations with those people or they've brought it forward to us, I'm very concerned about any sort of decision like that right now without bringing them into the loop as well. Kevin?
Mayor, just for a point of clarification, I think Amy had said in their current plan is to get rid of the Matt's Sudoff one. Is that correct, Amy?
So the recommendation from the planning commission was to remove that from the list. And sorry, just to be clear as well, we certainly wouldn't expect you guys to determine tonight exactly which locations you would like, especially with the private lots there. It's mostly just which one should we continue to pursue or not. Some of these locations are more challenging than others for particular reasons, whether it's the ownership issue, in the case of Totem Square, that's maintained and owned by the state, and private lots, obviously private parties need to decide if that's in their interest to do. And then other logistics as well of how close are they to a water source, to sewer. So we essentially would just like this to be a list of options that we as staff can operate from. It's helpful for us to know what your preferences are and what your top choices are, but it's it's difficult to find just the right place for these units, and so we do need some flexibility. So I hope that we can kind of keep this as a options list as opposed to a decision on exact locations.
Hey, a quick question. So where I actually thought the Matt Sudoff one was nice too, because it was just, you didn't have to move it or anything, but so the planning commission said they prefer not to have it there. Where did they want the restrooms to be?
The list that is before you here, these are the list of options that they thought would be.
Oh, like private, but they haven't contacted like private?
No, we have not. And again, I think the assumption there is that the assembly would have to want to have, to approach that, because we're obviously, I would imagine, have to pay a lease price. I'd be surprised if a private property owner will let us do that for free. So it's helpful for us to know, is that worth even pursuing based on those locations before we make any promises or offers to property owners.
Yeah, I don't personally have very strong feelings about where they go. I know some people do. Although I kind of think that the Max Sudoff makes, it's kind of the best of a list of bad options for various reasons. The I think we just need to be aware that you may come back to us in a little bit and say, well, the planning commission wanted us to move from Maxwell, that needs to maintain as the list of possible places. And, you know, I realize that it really, it's very nice when we have, especially when we have it closed, and we've said that we're at 53 days where it's closed, but it's my understanding that a few ships have been added since that, since we came up with that number, so it's going to be probably higher than 53. Anyway, I think as long as we make sure that Amy knows that she may have to, you know, for instance, if the talks to move it to one of the parking lots or something fall through, we may have to be back on mix it up just because there's nowhere else to go.
JJ?
Is there a plan to buy additional, or are we working with the 2 that we've had for last year?
We do not have any plans to buy any additional units at this point. We do have 3 units.
Okay. So from this list, 3.
Well, potentially 3 locations or 2. What we did this year is we placed one of the standard units next to the ADA and family unit at Max Sudoff. So we put 2 units in one place. So it could be, you know, 2 locations for the units. I think the idea at the time was that it would be better. It's kind of nice to not isolate the ADA and family unit away from the other one. So we wanted to kind of keep at least that with one of the standard units. So probably most likely 2 locations.
Okay. And this one here that says private lot, Cathedral Way, is that where like the old telephone gazebo was?
Tim?
I think just have some sort of criteria. I think if they can be open all the days, that would be ideal, and I would prefer to invest in connecting to the sewers.
The one that is in the same location, that would be the Lincoln Street parking lane near Barrett Street. That was there last year, that's going to be, otherwise we're going to have potential to find other locations. So the question that you want from us is, are we in favor of having temporary restrooms and how many? And so I guess if I'm weighing in as many as we have, and yes, we got so excited by Max Sudoff opening up because we heard a lot of concerns about it being closed for the summer. But that did seem like a prime location, but I'm gonna leave it up to you. So to answer for direction, yes, temporary restrooms are needed, as many as you can operate, and based off, for me, it's based off of where you guys think it would best be situated. It looks like where it was last year is not on the list, and I'm guessing that's because of feedback, discussion, and a lot of looking into it, and so I'm okay with that.
Kevin?
All right, I'll just provide more clear direction. So, and going back to Matsudoff, so the planning commission didn't want it because of, like Crystal said, because of feedback. Was it? It was also traffic. Like they thought, was it because they thought traffic would flow better during open days?
It was primarily about the public feedback.
Okay.
We have received some public feedback about traffic impacts. But again, to try and characterize the planning commission's perspective of it, it was just that the public feedback was negative. You know, the assembly could direct me to add the Max Sudoff Street location back onto the potential list. And you know, if other options fall through, we can revisit doing that.
I guess for me, I would prefer to leave it in your guys' hands and the planning commission's hands. I would agree that to use as many as we have, we do need them. It's helped a lot. I don't know what we would do if we didn't have those for people, because there's so many people. So yeah, I would prefer to make use of as many of those temporary bathrooms as we can. But I'm not set on that Matsudoff. It just seemed like a nice location because you just set it there. But if we've received a lot of public comment not liking it, if you want to try different places, that's okay with me.
Chris? Are there identified locations that would be better for permanent hookup? already identify here? Or, yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think that the best location potentially would be the one listed as Harbor Way or Castle Hill. We would again have to get permission from the state to do it on state property. And this is also a a state historic site as well, and so there's a substantial review process involved. But if we are able to utilize the state property, we can keep the unit free and clear of the alley and the driveway back there, so we don't interfere with pharmacy customer parking in the back there. But it's still sort of on that end of downtown, and there is sewer, power, water, and sewer close by, to make it easy to hook up. Relatively.
Yeah, I guess that one kind of interests me. I see that there might be some hurdles, but I know I don't have enough experience with these. But I guess my biggest ask is try to limit taking away public parking as much as we can, because I do feel like we're right on the verge of having issues there. But yeah, I guess that's my 2 little bits for it. JJ?
Hi, more questions. With the hard piping, would they get lower from the trailer and be more at grade? Or how would that work? Because I was noticing that the ramp for the ADA one was quite long to get up to the height of the trailer. So if there's any way to lower that, that would lessen the impact.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe that by plumbing the units, that would change the elevation from grade to the door.
Okay. Tell me more about the idea around totem square, like on grass, on the sidewalk, in the parking area in front. What was that one?
The feedback from the planning commission and the public session that we had was all of the above. If there's any options to locate around totem square or on totem square, that would be ideal. We had approached the state about placing it on the grass last year, and we were told no. As well as kind of adjacent to the sidewalk, on the park side of the sidewalk area. So we can reapproach that conversation to see if that has changed. Otherwise, the other options would be in the parking areas, because those are this part of the city right of way. But then we run up against the conflict of we're taking up parking spaces for the units. So that's the tricky part.
Yeah. I was surprised by the potential list here and how much of it was outside of the Lincoln Street closure area. Is that to encourage people to disperse, or just pair next to attractions, or can you have a little more on that conversation from the planning commission meeting?
Yeah, again, the issue there is when it's in the closure area, it can't really be open. There's not really a space, other than the top of Max Sudoff there's not really a space where the unit can be open other than when the street's closed.
Yeah.
And there's still, demand for those units when there's, 4,999 passengers in town.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's trying to find spaces where these units can be more available is the big push. And then also trying not to impact parking, which is possible.
We'll come back to this topic again in the later sections for the permanent toilet locations. Is this RFP section of the resources, is that also paired with the one above? Is this going to be one big RFP for all of these?
Correct. Yeah, we're looking to issue either a RFP or an invitation to bid for management of the closures, the street closures, environmental services for the restrooms and trash, as well as for pedestrian monitoring traffic as well.
So it sounds as if we are in consensus to continue utilizing the temporary restrooms. I don't think we would be opposed to hardline connections if a reasonable location could be found. However, I don't think that's a determining factor in the decision and the placement points. It sounds as if placement points are flexible still. Utilize your skills, abilities, and knowledge to find the best location. And it also doesn't sound like the assembly has completely written off Maxudoff Street if that becomes the one of the last remaining viable locations. Anything else on this item, please?
With, we haven't talked on College Drive or Crescent River Playground one. That seems like a good strategy too, especially if we have a family and EDA bathroom. That would be something more that's separate on mine to keep for the open hours. So that one's great.
Crystal?
Just one question about, as we do move it further off of Lincoln Street and people are trying to find these locations, can you remind me, how do people figure out that it's located behind by the pharmacy? What sort of information do we put out there and who's responsible for that?
Yeah, we that was definitely part of the conversation as well, is that, you know, it's when it's off Lincoln Street, it's, you know, it's a lot, you know, the information isn't necessarily there. So you would need to definitely beef up your signage quite a bit. And we would need to work with, in that particular location, private property owners to see if we could install some signage, or, you know, maybe some footprints or something like that to help guide people to those restrooms. Yeah, and that is, again, that's another trade-off of, like, you get out of the closure area and they can be open more often and it's easier to plumb them, but then they're not as visible. So it's a delicate balance.
Any further guidance on the restroom issue? Okay, moving on to safety improvements.
Mr. Mayor, all this talk about restrooms, I really think we need a little break.
No, we need to talk about fish.
So let's go ahead and take a quick break on this one. I don't like to break in the middle of agenda items, but let's get our business done and come right back, please. All right, we will continue our discussion this evening, moving on to item number 3 for the tourism management plan. We do want to get to fish items tonight before 11 o'clock. We do need to finish the item at hand. So on number 3 here, safety improvements. Amy, did you have anything on this you wanted to indicate, or anything more before we go forward with our discussion on this?
I do not.
Okay. Just checking back in with you, making sure we're getting back on path here. Anything for safety improvements from the assembly? I did hear from John on my number one concern with Lake Lincoln intersection and DOT's control of that. Sounds like it is starting to work itself out. John, please continue to push on that. I think that's the number one concern with not only the assembly, but with our residents and citizens as well. And then the safety with just the crosswalks there for our visitors as well. So I think that's a good thing to continue. I'm not sure about the education outreach for locals and visitors on bike safety. That seems fairly targeted to just a few companies, and I'm not exactly sure of our role in that. So I'm hesitant, but could hear more discussion on perhaps the thoughts if other assembly members are liking it. But I'm hesitant initially. Signage, please. I think it was the John Brooks study that said we needed better and more signage around town. Seems like on the roads there's plenty of signs already. I hate to clutter and litter our roads even more with more signs, but it did sound like some better wayfinding was required from that study. So, Laura?
Yeah, I would agree on everything there pretty much. With a little bit different take on the bikes. I think education, it's with locals, but also with the rental of the bikes, especially any kind of motorized e-bikes, that we need to make it really, really clear that if you ride a motorized vehicle on a sidewalk, you're gonna get ticketed hard. Because I saw a lot of very unsafe stuff this last summer with that. And I think we're lucky that we didn't have something really bad happen, and it's only a matter of time until we do. And I don't think it's a huge fix. It's just making sure that they know, don't go on sidewalks with, going 20 miles an hour. So I think a little bit of education there is appropriate.
Tim?
Try to be succinct. Yeah, same thing. We need the left-hand turn. We need the intersection to be safe. The signage, yes, better signage, more signage as necessary is appropriate. I do think education outreach for bike safety is important. I just don't know that we have time to start a new program right now with the time that we have. I think it should be something that could be considered for next year because it would also require funding. Thank you.
Crystal?
Specifically to that one, did that come out of feedback on the survey? Did that come because people were saying they saw a lot of unsafe behaviors? Did we have documented incidences that occurred on bikes and were concerned moving forward on how we could prevent that?
It was a mixture of, we had a lot of comments in the survey about it, and it was also voiced at the Planning Commission's November meeting pretty strongly from the participants there.
Okay, and I guess I just looked at the, in parentheses, through rental companies. So are we then paying rental companies to provide safety guidance to people who are renting bikes from them? Because that doesn't seem like our job, but how are you embedding these rental companies to provide the education and outreach?
I wouldn't necessarily imagine that there would be a payment to the rental companies. I would envision that either there would be a contract or tasking a commission or potentially staff with doing a program and reaching out to the visitor, the industry, and those particularly that rent the equipment to make sure that they are aware of the information and to provide them with, any information about ticketing or what the fines are for violating the local ordinances so that can be passed on to their customers.
Okay, so we find a way to summarize that information, then we pass it on to the appropriate stakeholders. Okay, and I saw it's just one, so it's less than 50,000, but I'm thinking that's minimal and it's one time at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and I would think that and that's obviously scalable depending on how much you want to spend on it. I can't imagine it would be that upper range of 50,000. And it depends on exactly how intensive you want to make the program.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification.
JJ?
On the middle topic here, signage, it says funding for wayfinding sign refresh project. Was that similar to what Rachel said about phase 2 of the previous? Okay, so just continuing that.
The only thing I'll add to this, John, I hope that safety improvements just continues the Lincoln Street rebuild project and the planning for that. I know that is, if not fully funded, pretty close to being fully funded and on the docket. So I hope that when we start to look at Lincoln Street or continue to look at Lincoln Street and the rebuild, that safety is a huge priority there. So it sounds as if, yes, on safety improvements, make it safer, make it so people can find their way around, perhaps using head tax money for that one. And then it doesn't sound like there's an opposition to outreach if we can work in a way that doesn't necessarily burden the rental companies financially. Anything else on safety improvements? Moving on to programs and initiatives, there's a couple programs that have happened or that could happen. There's a list of them here. I don't know if the Assembly has any thoughts and comments on those. So for me on this one then, I won't speak to the bathroom grant program because my business was a recipient of one of those, so I feel that to be a little too close to home for me to speak on. The walk bike incentives, My data point for this one last year, which was answered when Doug Osborne came up, is that it didn't necessarily entice new bikers. It only incentivized those who already biked. And I was really hoping that this program would get new people to bike downtown, which it turns out it appears to not have. So I don't see a need to continue with the walk bike incentives. The food cart permits, I'm also fairly biased because I liked a lot of the food carts, all of the food carts that jumped up on Lincoln Street. So yes, I want to see some of those come back so that I can continue to get a quick snack during lunchtime. And then beautification measures for downtown. I think that's a little bit more broad discussion than we can have tonight because, where are we talking about this? Is this city infrastructure? Is this on private property? So while I think something needs to be done with that one, I think that's a lot larger conversation than the Assembly is prepared to handle this evening.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
The inclusion of the beautification measures in this section as opposed to the next is that this is a little bit more focused on things that we could purchase for the upcoming season, like benches and tables. The reason that we weren't really able to have those types of amenities in 2022 was because it was our street crew that was managing the closure. They weren't there full time, they weren't there during the day, so the time that it takes to put those out and then to put them back and then store them was a little too onerous for the staff that we had. However, if that's something we would like to include for our contractor to do, now that we're putting this out to bid, we could include that aspect in the bid to see if that's something that they would like to provide. So this section here is a little bit more focused on, would you like to sort of plus up the contract in terms of the equipment and potentially a little bit more expense for services to manage those things.
Understood, thank you. Kevin, and then board?
So, most of this funding is reimbursable with the CPP funds, correct? Okay, so for the public, that's tourism dollars on that from the head tax. Yeah, I'd be okay with these things on item 4.
Yeah, as far as the bike program, I understand what the mayor's talking about. However, it also was the first year we did it, and things like that generally take longer to really tell if they're working or not. So all things being equal, I'd rather see it continue, but I'm not wedded to it. I would like to see us get some benches and tables. I think beautification might not have been the right word to use there, but considering the average age of our tourists, having a place for them to sit down is a good idea. And also considering all the food carts, having the tables is also not a bad idea. So if it's workable, I wouldn't mind at all seeing at least some benches and tables. And as I think I just proved, I think the more bathrooms the better. So I again kind of like the idea that I don't know how much it was used. Maybe the mayor can take off his mayor hat and tell us. But I like the simplicity of that idea.
Chris?
Yeah, with the bathroom grant program, I definitely say continue that. The walk bike thing, either way, I don't really care, I guess. Yes, on the food carts, I think that's a great business opportunity for people, so I definitely say let's continue that. One of the things I did hear from a couple different businesses downtown was doing benches and tables. One complaint I heard from one business owner was people were bringing their food into their store and mishaps were happening with it, and they kind of asked for maybe people being able to eat outside. So I think benches and tables would kind of help direct people more towards that than inside storefronts.
Crystal?
Just to jump on that, would that be covered areas? Is there coverage for these benches, tables, or weather dependent? Okay. Also, can you refresh my memory, the grant program, how many participated in that? How many businesses made their restrooms accessible because of this?
I believe about 6.
And then also the incentive program for walking or biking. I'm supportive of continuing it, but how many people utilize that?
I want to say that I want to say that we had approximately 350 participants, around rounded about.
And then I don't remember these being high dollar outlays, and it looks like if we were to put resources, it wouldn't be a huge ask. I don't remember these being super costly. They were just kind of supplemental side to try to improve the experience of local residents and then also tourists who are in the downtown area when it's congested. So I'm okay with all of these. Thanks for the information.
Tim?
Yeah, I had questions about the beautification thing until I realized that you have another one in the next one. When I was looking through it. So yeah, I'm in favor of these things. I have the same sort of concern about the bike one, but I could take it or leave it in terms of its impact. It didn't seem to change behaviors as much as it appeared to wanted to. So.
To sort of answer your question about bathroom usage, I just didn't want to speak to funding the program or not, but my restroom is used constantly. It's full tilt all day long. The flip side of that is whether or not my bathroom gets funded, it's going to be open. It just helped me defray some of the costs. And I think that's with the majority of them is that they're going to be open one way or another. It just helps defray costs. Anything further on programs initiatives? Amy, you have what you need on that one? Perfect. Moving on to future planning needs. This one's a bit large. Is there ones you kind of want to focus on this one, Amy, or is this, because I think they're all good ideas and we should head down that direction, but I don't think that you should be holden to having these done by this next visitor season. I think this is, even a 10-year plan out potentially. And good things to look at, but understanding that it's not going to be all immediate.
Yeah, and I think it was important, for the planning commission's perspective to make sure that these needs were communicated and flagged. But in terms of the information that we need as staff to get ready for this upcoming season and to bring the supplemental appropriation forward to you timely, getting through items 1 through 4 gives us all the information that we need.
Yeah, sure. The mayor, yeah, these are all good ideas, but they're big ideas. The creation of a body organization dedicated to tourism management, I think that's a good idea in theory, and I do support it. I mean, to have some people, have a group that has stakeholders from all perspectives. However, I'm concerned because I think that would just end up in your lap because you're already managing several departments and areas, and I just don't want to create another body that you have to manage it again, and you're only one person who can do so much. So, but it's definitely something to think about, or think about some sort of thing for the future, long-term type of thing.
Chris?
Just a question about that, and maybe we don't have the answer, but you said that was strongly recommended by the planning commission. And I'm guessing they're saying this is not our responsibility, it can't continue to lie with us. So they wanted tourism experts, which we've heard from audience members saying it should be people who are in the industry, which I agree with. It feels like this would serve a direct purpose and it would make sense to me. It would end up another thing that you're responsible to staff and support and kind of. So was that why? Because planning commission said we already meet twice a month, we've taken this on for 1 year and we could really use a reprieve at this time, or what was there?
I think that's a pretty accurate view of the sentiment, and it's now that it's into the part of ongoing operations management. The planning commission's like we kind of did the high level, the planning and the community engagement, but ongoing operations doesn't need to be managed by this commission. And in terms of talking about larger planning efforts or management efforts, I think there's some opportunities to do that differently, but the planning commission didn't feel that they were necessarily the right body to do that, given that they don't have industry representation.
Okay. And would this, I see it listed here, but would it be appropriate for the assembly to go through the route as if they are creating a commission? So a tourism commission, they basically sponsor it, draft something, and then see if there is support to make that, or is it embedded here for a reason?
I think that this probably warrants its own discussion at a time where we have more time to work through that, because there's a lot of different ways to approach that. Whether it be a new commission or, there's other communities that use a tourism management best practices program that is run contractually. There are some options for how to do this, and I think this is important enough that it warrants its own conversation.
I would agree. I think that's the one item on there that I think can happen probably sooner than later. And I think that perhaps the creation of this body with designated seats so that we can have representation from those for the visitor industry, and then we can have designated representation for those against the visitor industry to get a well-balanced perspective from the community, I think is going to be extremely important going forward. My initial reaction was, well, the Planning Commission's done a good job. I think they can continue to go forward. I do start to worry about capacity issues, especially with your office being fully staffed now and all the good deeds you're about to be able to get done with that. I think the Planning Commission is going to need their time for their own purpose. And if we want to continue to manage tourism in some sort of way, I think we either need to tag this on to another commission with capacity or create the body itself. Tor?
Yeah, I agree. It's not time to really talk about it. I would like to talk a little bit about the timeline, because I know that, I think, last year we had kind of the wrap-up meeting with the Planning Commission and the Assembly. I think that by the time we reach that point, we should have whatever we're going to have in place. So it's not the Planning Commission that does the wrap-up this year. And which also leads us to a tourism coordinator, because I think that that's eventually, we talked about overloading, Amy, and I think that that's probably going to be part of that. If not this year, it's coming if this level of tourism continues. But I think whatever we do, whether it's, farming it out or forming another commission, whatever, we need to do it. And we can do that over the summer, because we're not, it would start in the fall. So, thank you.
Tim?
Well, I think I kind of like to push that timeline a little bit there, Dora. I think, there's enough questions about tourism circling about that. I think the sooner we can stand some, whatever group this is, up that can take a look at these questions for people, I think that would be to all of our benefits. So, but I agree. Where to put this and who's responsible, I think, is a big question that we need to answer. In addition to making sure that the commission, is representative of our community.
Jim?
So final thought, just late and well tired. My final thought on that is, I wouldn't be against commission per se, but I feel like I would prefer if we farmed it out in a way, I know some people won't like that term, but either with a director or contracting out a group or agency that would gather input from people in the community on an ongoing basis or something. I just don't want to tag another commission under Amy, because I just don't think she has capacity for it. And we want to keep her around, and we want to be as efficient as possible. But we can talk about all this maybe at a work session at some point.
Amy, anything missing from this that you still need a little bit more guidance, clarification on? John, you feeling the same way? You're pretty solid on that? Okay. Great. Anything else assembly members need to add to the discussion? I think everybody knows where Amy's office is. We can bombard her at a later point, preferably when she's really busy. Thank you, Amy, for the presentation tonight. Appreciate all your previous work on involving the public in this and kind of giving us the overview of what came from those meetings. and then just kind of confirming that when you do bring appropriations forward, that they're not going to get shut down right away because we're unaware of them. So appreciate the timeline on this one. Thank you. So that would bring us to item G this evening. Tonight is a discussion direction decision on donating $25,000 to the Alaska Trollers Association Legal Defense Fund. This was co-sponsored by Tor Christensen and Kevin Mosier. My understanding is that you have a representative from ATA here.
Yeah, if I can just real quick tell you why we brought this forward.
Yeah, please, and if you have someone who'd like to give an overview, we're welcome to that, or we can jump in. I would like to allow public comment on this one as well, so that we can get the voices heard that are in the room tonight. And then Chris, you had something?
Yeah, when disclosure now?
Sure, great.
Considering the topic coming up here, I do need to disclose that I do have a power curl permit, and did recently set my boat up to troll. Brian and I talked about this, and considering the group size, he felt as though I could still participate in the discussion here.
Great, thank you for bringing up that potential conflict. I would agree with Brian in this one that in this instance you do belong to a classification of people. There are lots and lots of people within the municipality that have power troll permits, but appreciate heading off any potential issues there. So, Tor, back to you.
Yeah. So obviously this was brought to my attention by representatives from the ATA, who I'm sure will speak much more eloquently than I do about the actual lawsuit. And just a kind of a logistical, I'm hoping that tonight we discuss it, and then the plan is that next meeting we would bring forward an ordinance to make the donation, and then the following meeting would be, so there would be a total of 3 meetings, times this would be discussed. But roughly, and I think everybody knows by now that there's a lawsuit that's been going on down in Washington, and we have donated smaller amounts in the past to this defense because it's an existential threat to Sitka. I mean, we have the largest troll fleet, and this could conceivably, depending on how it goes, shut down trolling, because if they declare any bycatch is a problem, then it might shut down codes, and it could shut down sport fishing. It's not just trollers. And so I think it's important that we get involved with this. Considering the level of threat, it's really a small amount of money. And I know some people have brought forward, well, why aren't other communities and peer groups and actors in this business putting money forward? And the answer is they are. We are far from alone in this. And from my understanding is that the processors are putting money in, the fish hatcheries are putting money in, other cities are, other organizations. And I'm sure that we will hear that at length tonight from people who come forward. But I know I'm not in the fish business really anymore, but for 17 years I was. And it would be disastrous if we lost this. I mean, to me, this is kind of a no-brainer that we have a real threat to our community, to a very large, both, not just the businesses that are involved, not just the money, but the culture. This is Sitka, and this has been a fishing town for a lot longer than it has been anything else, and I think we need to protect that. So with that, I'll let the folks who are much more eloquent about it speak, have their chance.
I'm sorry, who were we calling up?
Well, I'm assuming that we would want to start with Matt Donahue, who is, you're the head of the ATA or the head of Sitka?
I'm the president of the organization, so.
All right.
But I'm not Mr. Elegant.
Well, in that case, can we have the next guy?
Right here. There's 4 of us here. Could we drag 2 chairs up? We're only gonna try to talk
What can
for
come up after this?
just about 3 minutes apiece.
We could rotate out.
And my.
Yeah, an overview of the spot we're in would be great, why the ask is, and then there will be an opportunity for public comment after this for any of those who didn't get to speak with their comments. You do need to turn on the microphone in front of you. There you go. Thank you.
I want to commend you guys. You guys are some dedicated public service.
I'm sorry, and if you could identify yourselves for the record as well, that would be
My name is Matt Donahoe, and on my right is Jim Moore, and behind me is Jeff Carver, and that lovely lady is Jackie Foss, and they're the ATA board members that live in Sitka. By the way, our response to the recommendation was called an R&R, was filed today, so I could send that to the city. It's quite eloquently written. It's excellent, actually. Based on membership, ATA is the largest and oldest commercial fishing organization in the region. At the table with me are the other 3. We're here to ask the city and borough of Sitka for a special appropriation of $25,000 to the ATA legal fund. We're asking because the 500 hand and power troll fishing businesses that deliver salmon in Sitka each year are in a fight for survival. The enemy is incredibly well founded. A Puget Sound-based NGO called the Wild Fish Conservancy, or as my wife calls them, the World Fight Club. So far, we have raised about $120,000 and spent about $105,000. That's not counting what we're going to have to pay for this response that was filed today. The communities of Craig and Petersburg have donated to the fund. Based on what's happening, we intend to appeal. I've been asked why taxpayer money should be spent on a nonprofit. The answer is that it won't be spent on a nonprofit. It'll be spent to defend Sitka's tax base. The $5,000 donation in 2020 went to the legal fund, which is not part of ATA's coffers. That's all spent on illegal. We're also asking the Assembly to publicly join with the National Marine Fisheries Service, the state of Alaska, and ATA in saying that the fewer than 400 Puget Sound Chinook caught by the Sitka by the Southeast Alaska troll fleet out of the hundreds of thousands of Puget Sound Chinook caught elsewhere are not a threat to the survival of the southern resident killer whales. 2.5 years ago, ATA was before this body, Jim and I, asking for a legal fund contribution. Granting the request, one insightful assembly member said, quote, "$5,000 isn't going to be enough. Lawsuits are expensive. You should have asked for more." We didn't ask for more because who would believe that orcas swimming amongst salmon, king salmon in the millions, were starving for lack of king salmon. The last decade has seen the largest king salmon returns on record since in the Pacific Northwest since the advent of the dams. Who would believe that these killer whales are starving because a small artisan fishery 1,000 miles away was catching 400 Puget Sound kings? Wouldn't they consider that a sport fishery catching 84,000 in Washington Straits of Montefiore was more of a problem? That's if catching Puget Sound king salmon is a problem at all. Anyone claiming that southern resident killer whales are starving because Alaska trollers were taking food from the mouth of their babies would be laughed out of court. That's what we thought. Yet a judge is recommending that the historic Southeast Alaska troll fishery, which for 100 years has never closed, will shut down this winter. If that happens, the industry will die, and so will a large part of Southeast Alaska's economy. Eventually, these folks will come for the nets and the sports. Maybe that's why SEGO, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, donated $10,000 to the fund. If that happens, Sitka will look like one of those seasonal tourist ghost towns with nobody here in the winter.
I'm Jim Moore. I've been trolling for over 50 years. I arrived in Sitka back in 1970, a refugee from the culture wars in California. And I found myself on the back deck of a trolling boat. And I found myself on the back deck of the trolling boat. I fell in love with the lifestyle, the independence of it, the every day is different. Within a couple of years, I had scraped together enough money, thanks to a job at ALP, to purchase my first boat. Everyone told me you're making a serious mistake because this industry is done, it's over. And thankfully that wasn't true. My wife and I have raised 3 children on the back deck of the boat. And 2 of them are commercial fishermen, trollers like myself, longliners. My daughter is a doctor, but she's a surgeon, and I think that she picked up her idea of vocation from gutting fish. But anyway, this fishery is very, very important, very critical to defend. Because of what's happened, with the Bolt decision, limited entry, all this kind of stuff, Alaska is sort of the last bastion of this hook and line artisan fishery that provides the kind of quality king salmon, all salmon, but king salmon is what it's all about, for trolling. That's our identity. We've struggled under the international treaty, Pacific Salmon Treaty. Alaska has not come out very well. Our harvest ceiling has been reduced to where we're catching about 35% of the original rebuilding quota. The actual abundance of salmon, however, has not changed. It's fluctuated. So you can see that we can do better in the battle of that treaty. So anyway, this is an entry fishery for young people, young families. It's the easiest to get into, and my own children did. Right out of high school, they got a trolling boat and paid their way through college and all of that. So what needs to be clear is this is not about this lawsuit. It's terrible. Wake up one day, find out that somebody's trying to put you out of business. And we couldn't believe it was over killer whales, because of all the parties in this international treaty, the hundreds of scientists and managers and everything that try to craft some kind of equitable sharing of the resource. Of all the parties that catch Chinook, we have the least impact of any of them on this southern resident killer whales. And so we find this pretty radical, little left-to-radical group whose agenda is to eliminate all ocean fishing and hatcheries, that's declared war on us. And they sued National Marine Fisheries Service, and they won. over a technicality, but in the media, they are proclaiming this tremendous victory for the whales. And, you know, our lawyer, you know, I haven't been, in all my years, I've seen ups and downs in our industry and threats. We face a lot of threats. But for the first time in my 53 years of fishing, I am really scared about the future. This is an existential crisis, to be sure. And it's a huge uphill battle because we're fighting against a well-funded NGO. I mean, they have backing of like Weyerhaeuser and Field and Stream, Patagonia, and all this kind of stuff. And they mounted this massive public relations campaign to put us out of business. They've attacked our MSC certification. They're claiming absolute falsehoods in all of their propaganda that is so far from reality, it's unbelievable. I didn't want to get carried away and go on too long like this, but we need your help. We're going to continue the battle because we absolutely have to. And I think we've got a big foe, but they are trying to, they don't have truth on their side. And so we have, I think, a moral responsibility to fight this thing and to turn it around, because this group, they were alone in the lawsuit. They weren't joined by any of the other groups that usually join in on this kind of thing, because it's not about the killer whales. It's about putting us out of business. And the other groups recognize those people up there, they're not hurting anything as far as the killer whales. So it's their own particular agenda. They're also anti-hatchery. And we all know how important the regionals are for Alaska. But the last few years especially, it's been a continual battle. At Board of Fish, they formed special committees to, and there are groups lobbying, usually from down south, against hatcheries. We've been able to hold the line there, but I think that's probably enough for now. I thank you for your diligence and your, you know, you have so much on your plate, and it's so important to give attention to everything that comes across your desk. And I fear that this magistrate that has made this disastrous ruling, the unreasonable ruling, and you can read about it when you see the report from our lawyer, she didn't do due diligence. And the trade-off is just astounding. You know, this group got legal standing based on a constituent claimed that he had the right to go out and see a killer whale. Somehow that gave them legal standing to put all of our industry, all the 1,500 families in fishing, plus the infrastructure to wreck the economy of Southeast. It's just unbelievable. So I think we're going to win this thing ultimately because it is so preposterous. But we have a big public relations battle to fight too, in addition to the legal battle. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Assembly, my name is Jeff Barber. Most of you guys know me. I'm a local fisherman. I'm on the ATA board, as other folks before me said. First, I want to say thank you for adding this to your agenda and for your service on the Assembly. This was a really long night for you guys. Ask for your support in this, and I think the most important thing about it, as you heard, is a good investment to Sitka. Commercial fishing is a mainstay of Sitka's economy. It's the largest private sector employer in the state. The troll fleet is the second largest fleet in Alaska and the largest in Southeast Alaska. Approximately a third of the troll fleet is based in Sitka. Approximately 60% of the winter Chinook troll fishery catch and approximately 40% of the total Southeast troll catch is landed in Sitka. Commercial salmon trolling is the only year-round fishing economy in Sitka. It sustains year-round employment in fishing, processing, marine trade, and support sectors. Trolling provides high-quality fish to markets during months when fresh salmon is not typically available. Including trolling, processing, and all related multiplier effects, the troll fleet has a total economic impact in Sitka of approximately $34 million annually and $85 million for the whole of Southeast annually, as measured in terms of total output. Other key aspects of the troll fishery include providing an entry-level opportunity due to its affordability when compared to other fisheries. As a result, there are troll permits housed in virtually every community in Southeast Alaska. Provides more jobs for Alaska residents than any other fishery. Roughly 1 of every 40 people in Southeast Alaska work on a troll boat. Maintaining access to this fishery is critical to the well-being and continued diversification in Sitka and the Southeast economy. This is truly an all-hands-on-deck situation. We are working with processors, the hatcheries, several other organizations and communities, and financial help. So clearly, this community will suffer severe economic hardships if the Southeast troll fishery is closed. Each troller is an independent small business in Sitka. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jack Foss. So I am a troller and I live here year-round in Sitka. Just a little background on the lawsuit. The southern resident killer whales are in trouble, and the overwhelming majority of the science puts that at the feet of it's due to habitat conditions like noise pollution, it's due to ship strikes, it's due to their environment being severely polluted due to the rapid urbanization immediately adjacent to their habitat. There was a study last year out of the University of British Columbia that identified that there is not a lack of salmon when king salmon are available. So there was a problem with the killer whales. It's not because of trollers in Southeast Alaska. So thank you for staff and everyone who worked so quickly to get this on your agenda, and thank you guys for staying so late. It's really challenging. So we've talked a little bit about numbers and the value of troll-caught king salmon. So I just want to talk about how these same king salmon benefit my family and how families like mine benefit Sitka. Trolling has the lower financial barrier to entry than other fisheries, allowing young people to invest. We're not a fishing family, so trolling was a way for us to become commercial fishermen. This is still a dream that is possible for people elsewhere. And king salmon makes trolling viable. It's 40% of our income, and more than money, our whole lives, or for our whole year, is scheduled around these king salmon openings. And our kids, even though they're young, they're learning a trade. They can read a sounder, they can tie gear, knots, and they can clean fish, and they know how to scrub a deck. And they get to do that with their parents in Southeast Alaska. And jobs where families work together and pass on knowledge are becoming really rare throughout this country. And so whether my kids decide to become fishermen or not, they will know how to use their hands and run hydraulics and maintain a diesel motor, how to paint a boat, ice fish, how to troubleshoot the millions of things that come up with while fishing. It's a lifestyle, and I'm so happy to be able to share it. But more than anything, fishing allows us to stay and live in Sitka year-round. It provides a living wage for my family. We own a home in Sitka. We buy our groceries in Sitka. We buy most of the supplies for our fishing business in Sitka. We are the multiplier effect. And our kids, we have 2 kids in Sitka schools. And so I'm really grateful to the city of Sitka and the whole community who's prioritized both the harbor system and most recently the new hollow. So we really want to remain a viable industry so we can continue to use and financially support these working waterfronts. So thank you very much, and thanks, Tor. I thought you did a pretty good job of the synopsis in the front, so it's appreciated. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that overview. Before we go into public comment, I can see that will easily go past our 10:30 adjournment time. So if we could have a vote to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock, please, Sarah.
I move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
Sarah, on the extension?
Mr. Moser?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbach,
Yes.
and Ms. Carlson.
Yes.
The motion to extend passes 7-0.
Great, thank you. Now that we have that out of the way, while public participation isn't typical on discussion direction items, I can see I think everybody is here to speak to this item. We will allow public comment on this item as is typical. We will keep it at 3 minutes per agenda, or per person to speak tonight. Please, sir.
Good evening, Tyler Green. How many people here are fishermen? Raise your hand. Okay. So I find it rather disgusting that we sat here and talked about toilets for an hour and a half. We could have moved this up on the agenda. Am I right or am I wrong here? Okay. I'm not going to ask and beg for $25,000. I'm going to ask for $100,000. $25,000 barely gets you in the door. Everybody's hired a lawyer here. Everybody knows what it costs. Right? I have a small family. I have one daughter that's 4 years old. I buy all my fishing gear LFS. I pay all my sales tax. And I troll and longline. And once again, salmon takes last place on the agenda. I'd like to recognize Amy Ainsley. Obviously, I think she left because she's got a lot of work to do, and a lot of stuff gets pushed off on her plate. She does more work than she's asked to do. Underpaid, overworked. That's all I have. Thank you.
I just have a really short comment. I just want to support.
Use your name for the record again.
Oh, sorry. Kim Elliott, Sitka, Maxuda Street. During your guys' past conversation, I had a lot of stuff I would like to address, but I'll come back to the next meeting about that. Right now, I just want to tell you that I was a kid that grew up on a commercial fishing boat. Fished in 1963 through 1967, and then they implemented the limited permit. And my family boat couldn't qualify. We missed by 1 year. So I wasn't able to, we weren't able to keep fishing. So then my papa had to go back to his original business, which was an engineer. And he actually built the Sitka airport, or was an engineer in a big part of it. And we had to take our fishing boat and move to Juneau for a while. But what I'm trying to say is that Sitka's economy has depended on the fishing industry for many, many years. And that's the one thing that we have always kind of counted on. The processors. I actually spent a lot of time in the processor plants when I was a kid. I've done all that unfun work that pre-college kids or after high school kids did to survive, you know, or to try to get their funds all built up to be able to become something or someone, you know. But I'm still living here, and I still believe that this is really important. And yeah, no, I can't. I have to go out past Cape Edgecombe before you get to Kingstown these days. But I think that we need to recognize that we want to catch those fish just for our own freezers and for our own edification, if you know what I mean. But I believe the trollers of Sitka need to be supported, and I ask that you support them tonight. Thank you.
Richard Green, I'll actually be very quick, since this is a cry out. When I saw $25,000, I was thinking it should be a minimum of $50,000. This whole situation is, I think, a sign of the times, and that I think we're going to see more of it. So I second Tyler Green's $100,000. We waste so much money in this city. We know how much attorneys cost. We hear this is a well-funded attorney issue. And since this is going to be an ordinance next, you can determine the amount tonight. You don't have to, we're not going to have to manipulate an ordinance that's out there. So I like round figures, and $100,000 for this is important, and it's time that we all talk about the fishing industry. It's time to put your money where the mouth is, and it's important. Read the packet.
Hello, my name's Keegan Mars. I have a Surf Salmon Company at the Shanty. I'm a commercial freezer trawler. I've been operating for 9 years year-round. As a freezer trawler, I often don't get paid throughout the summer season, and often not throughout the entire next year. So my business has wholly survived on my ability to catch winter king salmon. And when we were talking about the cap on tourism, as Mr. Mosher mentioned, that there's an easy way to quash an industry. That is exactly what's going on right now with commercial salmon trolling and king salmon specifically. Whereas our industry is the best reciprocal dollar value product and the lowest carbon emission meat production in America. When we're going into a global recession and protein prices for pork and beef are going through the roof here. I'll go on and say the Northern Pacific Orca Alliance, based in Northern California, was not on board with the Wild Fish Conservancy's initial act, which shut us down to a 2-day second king opener in August of 2018, I believe. That same summer, so many king salmon returned to Puget Sound hatcheries that they were taken to the landfill as a biohazard. So the science is completely bogus. And it's seeming like the Wild Fish Conservancy is finding a way to go around not publishing their data for audit publicly. So I third the $100,000 prospect to defend not just Sitka, but Alaska and, well, the United States as far as being able to eat wild Alaskan king salmon. Thank you.
Evening, Linda Benton, Alaska Longland Fishermen's Association. I'll be brief. I just appreciate all of you staying late and taking up this issue on short notice and clear indication that you understand how serious this is. You've been provided with a lot of numbers. I think people have expressed well from ATA the urgency of this issue. So I'll just add this. Our organization, despite having longline fishermen in our name, a large percentage of our members also are trawlers. They're combination boats, they're seiners, they're guild netters, they're all groups, and they're all in on participating and supporting ATA through this process. We certainly urge you to support a legal fund as well as a communication fund to work towards addressing this issue. I think what's particularly frustrating to me with the lawsuit is its complete ignoring of the science that does indicate not only is it not our fishery, it's not fisheries that are a problem for the whales, it's toxins. They're one of the most highly polluted whales, marine mammals on the planet. Their load of industrial toxins is that high. Everything they eat is coming out of waters that are polluted. They're struggling with habitat issues. They're struggling with what's been done in the world around them. They're in Puget Sound. It's not even fisheries, let alone the fisheries 1,000 miles away up here. And that our fishermen have worked for years to keep the resources up here healthy, to keep our rivers clean, and to take care of the whole ecosystem, and to now have this overreach by an area that's not done their job to take care of that habitat, I think really illustrates who else will be at risk if this lawsuit perseveres. So we did work with ATA to co-author a white paper. We tried to dig really deep into the science. There's a lot out there on what the threats are to the whales to really make sure we were doing our job to providing good information. Hopefully you have that, you have a chance to look at that. We did a 2-page summary for those who don't have time to read the whole thing. And we'll continue to do our part to work with ATA to get the information out there. So thanks for taking this up. Appreciate your support for funding this lawsuit and for helping fund a communications effort to make sure that the right information gets out to people. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Eric Jordan. Staff, thank you for your dedication and your service. My name is Eric Jordan. I've been a salmon trawler since March of 1950. I have run my own trawler since 1973. And I have continually advocated for king salmon and the salmon troll fishery as an elected and appointed representative since 1976. I've been a king salmon conservationist since my dad, Skip Jordan, made me read Roderick L. Haig Brown's Return to the River in 1960. Books like this classic have influenced me to lead a life dedicated to conservation, ethical harvesting, and fisheries activism to better understand these salmon creatures, their ecosystems, and to help sustain them and those of us dependent on them, whether it's us fishermen, the trees, the bears, eagles, and orcas. Harvesting king salmon is personal for trawlers. Trawlers entice each one to bite our lures, and we harvest them one at a time. My father, my grandchildren, and every person who crews with me, which is a lot thanks to the crew program that you've helped fund, learns respect for these creatures who offer themselves to sustain our bodies with their bodies and provide us with the healthiest food on earth. Trawlers are conservationists, and we strive to do things the right way for king salmon because we rely on them and they depend on us to help sustain their lives and habitat. Singling out Southeast Alaska trawlers, as this suit does, will not preserve king salmon and killer whales. It will only risk losing one of the king's strongest advocates. Sitka is the largest salmon troll port left in the world. We need you to show the world the support Sitka has for king salmon and southeast trawlers by unanimously supporting the resolution and funding to help defend them. Thank you.
My assembly named Woody Sear. I operate and own fishing vessel stations. Have a degree in fisheries and aquatics, and I gill net, troll, and longline halibut. Instead of echoing what others have said, I'm going to tell you what king salmon meant to me in the last couple of years. So, bought my boat in 2019 and started gill netting that summer. Spring of 2020, I added troll gear to it. And if it wasn't for that, having added troll gear and had the opportunity, after what's happened to the gill net fleet, particularly summer restrictions on dogs, I probably wouldn't still be fishing. It probably wouldn't have worked. But king salmon are magical. And yeah, things are going well other than this existential threat. And we have what is a one-of-a-kind fishery here in Sitka and Southeast, and I hope that you guys can support that. And it keeps coming to my mind that these lawsuits don't have to be true to cause lots of trouble and lots of pain for a lot of people, particularly any of you follow legal history, there's the case of Clarence Darrow, being a lawyer for labor unions in the last century. He was effectively ruined by false claims and being dragged through court by things that didn't matter, by less than 400 Chinook that won't save one killer whale. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Good evening, John Murray, 224 Observatory. Thanks for hanging in there with us tonight. I'm here to support the $25,000 contribution, or whatever you guys see fit, to the Alaska Trolls Association Legal Fund dealing with that worker lawsuit. While Sitka seems to be the first place this is happening, as far as I know, I expect similar actions will take place in many of the villages and towns because the troll fishery has some of the highest resident participation in the state. I've lived in Sitka since 1978, the same year I started hand trolling. Sometime along the way I started paying attention. This led me to the realization that the assembly and the community really supports its economic base, be it education, healthcare, tourism, fishing, to name a few. It's one of the things that makes Sitka a really great community. In the late 70s, Sitka had two really old harbors, really old, and we had Elias and one fish processor before SPC came on Kathleen. We've moved a long way since then. We have 5 top-rated harbors and 3 fish plants. All that progress happened with hard work and Sitka's support of the commercial fishing fleet. The oil money helped for sure, as did our representatives in the state legislature and back in D.C. Trolling has been in existence for around 100 years in Southeast. The troll fishery has helped Sitka take its place as one of the top seafood ports in the United States. I know this is a big ask, and I respectfully ask you to support what I call the continuum of the troll salmon industries. Thanks for your consideration.
Any further public comment on donating $25,000 to the ATA Legal Defense Fund? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the assembly for discussion. Okay.
Mr. Marshall, it's Dave Baumgartner.
That's you, man.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone's comments. It was a pleasure to co-sponsor this with Tor. We did fund this a couple years ago, and then Tor kind of gave me a heads up. This might be coming a couple weeks ago, and then talked about it, and I'm really glad to be part of it. I overwhelmingly support doing the $25,000. I just wanted to kind of, for people who are not familiar with this, I encourage you to go to the city website and find the packet material, because the ATA, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, have done a very good job with some Q&As and some information. So, because everyone in this room here especially kind of has more of a history of this, but so there are some people who don't. So I would encourage those people to read this. We got an email, I'm not going to say who, from a local wildlife biologist, and she was saying, the orca issue is real, but we're the Southeast fish salmon are not the cause, the trolls are not the cause, and it's not based on. And she also pointed out that this fishery, the trolling fishery, is very well managed. The science isn't there for this to be shut down, and so yeah, it is a big, it's a high hurdle, but it's worth fighting for just about every reason, people said. So I have no qualms about funding $25,000. I hope that everybody will, direct the administrator or Brian to drop an appropriation to next meeting.
Yeah. when I heard about this, to me, again, like I said, I thought we absolutely have to do something. And honestly, I came up, we're talking to Matt and others, it was 25,000 because I thought that's what I could get through this body. That was the sole reason, because I'm fully aware that we need more than that. But, and I also fully intend to sponsor an ordinance to move money to the ATA Defense Fund. And I honestly believe we should do more. But I also want to make sure that we have a good chance of getting it through this body. So as we go around discussion, if you want to chime in on going for a higher number, I will listen, and I'm sure that I will have no problem finding a co-sponsor. And like I said, the number is not set in stone. Like I said, that was, how much could I reasonably think we could get passed? Because I think we need to do this, we need to do it now. And I will say that I think reading the tea leaves, I think we're going to pass 25,000 in the next 2 meetings. I also think there's a very good possibility we'll be doing it again farther down the line. And to me, this is something that we need to jump on hard. You're also going to be seeing a resolution supporting them but so as we're talking about this, let me know what I should put in my ordinance.
John? I want to provide a piece of information before we get too far and maybe some motions are presented, because I think there's a quick way here. In the Fisheries Enhancement Fund, which is built from the fish box tax, 30% in that Fisheries Enhancement Fund by code is available to be used for any fisheries enhancement proposal upon approval by the Assembly. And that approval could be given tonight. Right now, we have an appropriation already for $50,000 for fisheries enhancement, but there's only $40,000 available. So there is room to move quickly, and we wouldn't need to come back to the table, from my understanding, with another. Since that appropriation already exists, and if the Assembly gives that guidance that this is a fisheries enhancement proposal approved by you all.
Brian, that sounds contrary to what I would believe. Can you give some guidance on that procedure John just laid out?
First time I've heard of this one. We've had the debate of what's the definition of fishery enhancement in many meetings in the past. And this body and bodies in the past have been very liberal about how to define fisheries enhancements. And using that liberal interpretation, you may be able to fit this one in there.
But I think I'm more concerned about giving that direction tonight on something that wasn't particularly advertised, to use Fisheries Enhancement Fund to fund it this evening. That seems like a rapid succession of events that I don't know is properly advertised or is within our boundaries this evening.
Did we advertise, what's true? If you do it next meeting and not go through 2 more meetings.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I just the procedure that was laid out in front of us sounded very fast for the speed at which this body typically moves by code and regulation.
I mean, I didn't hear any testimony that would say that they need this fund, money for their fund next week or 2 weeks afterwards. My understanding of the way legal fees are paid and used, I don't think a week or 2 here is going to make a huge difference, unless there's being a demand upon the clients here to make payment, or else we're going to pull our defense. I don't think that's going to happen.
Great, thank you. Chris?
So obviously I've been following this for a while, and it has made some credible moves here lately. I did read the white paper. There's a lot of good data in there, a lot of good evidence. A lot of it isn't new to me, being in all the fisheries organizations that we belong to. One of the biggest things for me is not that many Puget Sound fish actually migrate through southeast Alaska. Most of them hang out down more by Vancouver Island and off Washington and Oregon's coast. We know that because of trawl surveys and just our catching that we do, and all the marking that we have in our hatchery fish and DNA analysis. We know this stuff. And then just the amount that the troll fleet, Southeast Troll Fleet, catches of Puget Sound fish is minuscule compared to every other user group. This lawsuit is honestly, they picked the low-hanging fruit. They went to the group that is 100 miles away, don't have a ton of money behind them to defend themselves, and they got really lucky with their magistrate. So here we are. I obviously totally support them. I think that Sitka Troll Fleet produces more than $25,000 in tax revenue every year to the city, so I don't think it's too much for them to ask for some of it back to fight their battles. And it's a investment. It's an investment for us to make sure that the troll fleet is still able to operate. So yeah, this is something I fully support, and would be interested to hear what everyone thinks about the number, if we do want to go to 25.
Tim? I think I agree with Torm. I think we're gonna be back here doing this again, so I think we start where we're at. We'll go forward if they need more, we'll come back and talk to us more. I like the fisheries enhancement idea. I'd like to see it move quickly, so I'm in favor of that. I'd even be willing to take that whole 40,000 at this point.
Crystal?
For me, it's not about the request. I think there's validity there. It's about the process. So I was trying to reference when this last came forward this way. So I know that we do grant allocations, fishery enhancement. We've had that discussion plenty of times. Does this fall within? This is outside of that, but it sounds like a lawsuit that's been going on for 2 years, but it seems like it's timely now, and that's why the request was sponsored and brought forward to us. Are we setting a precedence here of if you're fighting a lawsuit, you can bring it individually before the assembly for consideration in X amount in the fund? That's my first question. Again, it's not about the request, it's about the process. And then I really wanted to know where it was coming from, but I think we settled on fishery enhancement fund. What I heard tonight is that things are happening and moving, and based off of the response today, we're going to have to file an appeal. I hope I'm understanding that correctly. So really it's, again, the process of when this gets support, the next one that comes down the line, we're going to set a precedent here. Do we have to enact anything to handle these outside of the grant period or the grant awards and the requests that come forward? So if you could speak to that and the timeline and this process, that might help me out. And then separate from that, going through scrolling, a lot of good information there. I heard a lot about villages and other communities. I heard Craig and Petersburg referenced specifically. I heard us previously as a $5,000 donor. I'm just wondering if this is a Southeast-wide problem. Rather than us take and elevate that number beyond 25,000, I had curiosity about, was this previously that Craig and Petersburg donated? I guess the question is, have we reached out to say, here's what has happened since, here's how much we're requesting of Sitka, can you match that? I recognize that we feel like we're the host of this organization, and so it makes sense that we would have greater support, and we definitely support the fishing community. But I guess before we start upping our number beyond 25 to start, I'm just curious because I didn't see that outlined. I was trying to take notes. I heard 10,000 from here, Craig, Petersburg. I didn't hear actual numbers. What I wrote down is 120,000 has been fundraised, 105 of that has been spent, and that based off of something that happened today, we're going to have to gear up or they're going to have to gear up and continue this process. So that's where I'm at with respect to the number. And then I do have concerns not about, again, the requests, but about the process that we use, because since I've been sitting here, I can't reference when this happened and how it came to us. And I think if we do approve this, other people are gonna have that same fair request of, what about me for $25,000 towards this lawsuit? It's an industry in Sitka, so therefore, how can we kind of turn that down, you know? So those are my concerns, and appreciate if you could address them in any way.
I can answer that as a sponsor, yeah.
Yeah.
So my first response is by definition an emergency. There was the ruling, and it has to be, we have to repeal, and I say we, the ATA, but really we. And so I am hard pressed to think of a event that has threatened to wipe out a huge portion of our economy in one fell swoop, which is, in my mind, that is a definition of an emergency. So if somebody came forward with a similar issue, yes, we would discuss it. To me, this is like a landslide, or some of, during COVID and things, because this is a real threat to our town, and it's an emergency because of this ruling. It's not, it's not exactly the same, but I think it's close enough. And I'm glad to hear people talking about just how much they're willing to have us come forward. And I am not particularly concerned with, okay, has everybody else given their share? Because we are the largest full fleet in the area, we need to show leadership. And so because we're the ones with the biggest loss, I think we should show leadership, and so that when the ATA goes to wrangle, that's their assembly for money, they can say, hey, Sitka kicked in. Sitka kicked in big time, so that their assembly members aren't going to be able to say, well, how come Sitka's not really kicking in? So those are my thoughts, and again, I'm very much interested in what number you think I should put in the ordinances next, because I think it's going to have to be too big, too meetings.
And Dora will be happy to co-sponsor it, so that one.
Thank you.
So Assembly, we have about 8 minutes left until we adjourn. I don't know if we want to extend the meeting or we think we can finish our business in the next 8 minutes, but I will remind us again with a couple of minutes left to spare. JJ?
Thank you, everyone, for staying. The process was important to me as well, and hearing the number, we don't have time, but when we do have time, maybe not the number, but with this process of networking meetings. And in that meantime, since the Assembly represents the community and the people of Sitka, I want to see you guys do a lot. I want to see a groundswell. I want to see people come out behind you. I want t-shirts and stickers and benefit dinners and all the things that make Sitka the community that we have. And I don't know if starting with the tax money is the way to go, but in this time frame for us to make this decision, I think we all can catch up and do this together. Thank you.
Mr. Springer, are we allowed to extend the meeting?
Yes, we can go till 11:30 on a majority vote.
I mean,
it has to be unanimous vote.
I don't think we need
You
it.
can go past 11 p.m., but it needs to be unanimous vote.
I don't think we need to, because you're gonna see it next meeting.
So my thoughts on this supplemental appropriation is what this is to me. Fish enhancement funds, I'm extremely leery of that. I'd rather see this come from the general fund. It's going to be shocking to the people in this room. It was actually kind of surprising to myself. But the Assembly actually had a lot of pushback in our emails from donating even this amount. I didn't expect that, but it's for better or for worse what we saw. So I think we should start here, and then as things develop, keep an eye and a pulse on that. From the people in this room and the strength of the people in this room, I have no doubt that we will be continued to be informed on that. So that's what I have for my direction on a supplemental appropriation that would come forward.
Mr. Frank?
Kevin?
Just really quick, I know Because I know that you and Crystal and JJ bring up a valid point. I had thought about this too, precedents. Just to answer some of these things, I do agree with Tor. This is more of an emergency situation. Obviously, they don't need the cash at this moment. You know, it can wait for 2 more readings. But the precedents, really, there is no real answer. I mean, unfortunately, I wish we did, but it is a valid concern. I mean, it's a really valid concern. But it's my opinion that the possible loss of the troll fleet would have such a devastating impact on our economy that we are kind of forced to act. I would, I'll be talking with Tor. I would prefer to stay at 25 for now, but I'll consider that with Tor and what we bring forward. Again, we want it to be able to be passed. And and because we can always go more. I mean, eventually, hopefully, by doing, say, we just did 25, that would set an example for other communities, because it would be a huge jump that a community has made. The payroll, the PR thing is really important. I don't know that we can do anything about it, but it's not just legal, but communication and information needs to get out to people wherever to know that this is not based on those signs. That's it.
We've got about 4 minutes left. Any more discussion from the assembly? It sounds as if there are some co-sponsors that have gotten some direction from the assembly tonight. It sounds as if the assembly would be excited to see something back. It also sounds as if a resolution in support of ATA's cause will be coming forward. So I don't know if that'll be ready for the next meeting, but we can all look forward to that happening here soon. Without any further business, well, we do have a couple things. I would speak to our executive session. I've talked with Brian, that can be rescheduled for our next regularly scheduled meeting. We don't have to go into a special meeting to hear that executive session item. So with nothing further, we either have a couple minutes or there could be a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for your time this evening, Assembly, and for those who came.
Thank you. Just trying to get this.
Sorry, it's late. Part of that, I think,